information. Okay, I want to welcome all of you here today to our conference, Defend Public Education Now. And this effort that we've been engaged in to defend public education is not just a statewide effort, but national and international. Public education is a critical aspect of our society, the right to a public education, and the right to a great public education. And in California, in San Francisco, we have more billionaires than any place else in the world. Yet, schools are being cut, school funds are being cut, and also, and we'll talk about it, there's an effort to destroy a mural. Spend $600,000 destroying a mural in San Francisco at George Washington High, then putting that into more teachers and education programs on the issue of the history of the United States, the history of Native Americans. So we see the priorities as a problem, but what we want to talk about this morning is the attack, the organized political, ideological attack on public education, because we cannot understand what is happening with the crisis in public education without really looking at the economic interests that are benefiting by privatization, but also looking at the ideological driven agenda of the billionaires in the United States who want to destroy public education. Betsy DeVos is only an expression, open expression, of the people who are really running the education system nationally. Their idea of education is for profit. It's a market-driven ideology. And in fact, when charters were being pushed, they had films saying that you had to win a lottery to get a good public education. People remember that? I mean, the whole idea that you have to be in a lottery to get a good public education is a capitalist idea. It's a capitalist ideology. So what we're talking about is a political agenda, an economic agenda, and also an agenda that's been supported by both Democrats and Republicans. The Obama administration, Arne Duncan, helped push charters and spent our tax dollars to award money for charters throughout the United States. This is still happening. There are tax deductions for the charterizers, the privateers. And I think some of you we first met around Ron Bellow, the billionaire who wanted to do good in Richmond. He wanted to help out. And it turns out he had other things in mind than helping out. It was a land grab and also the public money for his public schools. So our first speaker is Carlos Taboada. And Carlos is a longtime educator, not just in this country, but in Mexico. And he has been involved in the struggle in the West Contra Costa School District to defend public education. He's run for the board a number of times and is very familiar about the history of public education and the attacks that public education has faced. So welcome, Carlos Taboada.
Okay. Well, before we start, I think that we should have a clear idea of what we're talking about. What are charter schools? So we have to do two definitions. One given to us by Diane Rabbit, related to book. I forgot the call. It says very clearly, charter schools are publicly financed, but privately managed, publicly financed by privately managed schools. In Spanish, the couple years ago, we had the translation they gave of charter schools was autónomos, escuelas autónomas subvencionadas, autonomous subsidized schools. That's a very clear descriptive definition of charter schools that tells us a great deal of what they are. Okay? They are autonomous. It is as if we had an autonomous, a separate, an alternative school district as part of the regularly democratically controlled school district. We have one anti-democratically run, or contra-democratically run, because it is a corporate education project. And I think that we should, I would like to start also by putting the charter movement in its proper context, using the recent history to study charter schools and why and what happened. And the charter school movement was launched by two educators with impeccable liberal credentials, and that is where the flow lies, impeccable liberal credentials, Albert Schaffner and Ray Wood. Schaffner was president of the United Federation of Teachers from 1964 to 85, and president of the American Federation of Teachers from 1975 to 1997. Wood was a teacher, a junior high principal, and a teacher of educational administration at the University of Massachusetts. His call was made in 1974, that year, the idea of an autonomous, and here we need to understand that charter schools begin as the neoliberal response to a deeply felt need for teachers, a radical movement, a teachers unspoken, really not fully articulated, but a teacher idea of having teacher-run schools. Okay? Schools where the tools of our trade, lesson plans, content of curriculum are designed by teachers to meet the needs of the students in front of them. So that was the idea. Schaffner was inspired, and he says so, I don't have the exact wording I thought, but he was inspired by the latest management techniques in the automobile industry. What I provided is the exact name of the corporation, but the idea is that you have a few corporations, maybe General Motors, and General Motors in the forecast as far as they want to bring into the market, they want a new product, there is a kind of stagnant idea, across the arm, so they commission, a fraction, a department of this huge mega corporation breaks away, so to speak, and the time free from the bureaucracy, free from the chain of command, the board of directors, something at the ground level, and decide a new automobile, a new model to the open market. Then Charlie said, hey, why don't we do that in education? And that was the idea. That's how the brainchild started to do it. At the beginning, charter schools, there was some response from small anarchist, free-thinking teachers. And the response was, the idea was teacher-run, school, rolling into the community with active talent participation. Well, the experiment is not one. As far as the teachers part, the chances, liberal important wing of teacher-run community-based charter school is not one. Only 2 years after starting the course in Singapore, he was among the first to demand the takeover of the movement by academic bureaucrats and corporate and community. In Column, he studied a forum on the European for Berlin Standards, phone in the library 1994, he denounced the Israel school system for growth, giving only more pride to a group of people who are eager to the argument that charges and more for a totally accounted confirmation of the students of confidence. He denounced corporate and traders saying, but there are other orders of charges from the real statements of non-performing schools. Unless charter school legislation is carefully drafted, charter schools will not look to the new orders of the instead to the money other private Islamic schools, they continue to cancel the idea of private school, and I have partners myself in most of that private schools that are already welcome in public school system. And it's never been thought of as alternative to public education. Obviously, that's why we have the problem. They have got an alternative system. Charter school advocates the argument is that charter schools are public schools, and of course they are treated funded according to enrollment level and receive public funds on a continuous basis. In California, additional funds are loans and made available to them. In most states, charters are already under some capital funds and support administration. Charter schools are entitled to federal and government funds, but if the schools are less eligible for Title I. Federal regulators provide grants to public charters to manage charter funds. The public imposition, the public character of charter schools is based solely on the fact that they receive public funds, but receiving public money has been deterred but doesn't make a business of public money. That was the case with pharmaceutical industry and many other domestic transactions that were made with public interest. In a recent rating review, Sex Traffic says just try suing a charter school. The lawyers will immediately say that they are not public schools. Behind the legal picture that charters are public lies a conception of the public sphere centered on market relations. And that, I believe, is one of the important ideological issues that we see within charter school movement, which are so-called the whole movement. And that is to present with what has been called by other writers capitalist realism. Okay. Capitalist realism is, as I said earlier, the conception of the public sphere centered on market economic relations. Mark Fisher has argued that capitalist realism has propagated a business ontology, a business ontology, which concludes that everything should be run as a business, including education and health. So I started out saying that charter, the translation into Spanish translation of charter school was autonomous subsidized school. And I just have to point out the amount of the subsidy, how is the subsidy of the financial impact calculated? Very simple. 6,000 students, for instance, in a school district, 6,000 students need approximately $60 million less than the district receives in funds from average daily attendance. So we lose money by having 6,000 students in a private school. But we also save some money by not having to pay those students. And if we subtract the money that we save from the money that we lost, we will pay more financial impact for our business. And I have to say that independently, the public education now, we came out with a figure of $20 million just by eyeballing similar studies. And lo and behold, it turned out that we were correct by 2/10 because a recent study that I was figured out, a recent study by a group called in public interest determined that indeed we're going to offer finances for software financial impact of $27 to $29 million per year. That's around $30 million that we don't have. So notice that if we lose 6,000 students in private schools, that was the school. But all 6,000 students in all of the private schools, they came from the
problems in public education is that this attack, this political and ideological attack, okay, so one of the problems is the lack of education about what charters. And in 2016, I and other advocates of public education put together an initiative with the support of Kathleen Carroll, who's an education lawyer, a whistleblower, who worked for the Commission on Teacher Credentialing for the repeal of the California Charter School Law in 1992. And we got support from teachers from throughout the state, but there were two things that happened. One is that the teachers union in Los Angeles, UTLA, said that they couldn't support this initiative. One of their members had said that they would support it and then pulled back, and she argued that we can't support this initiative because we're trying to organize the charter schools. That's what she said. So this idea that we can't stop public money going to privately run charter schools because we're not going to be able to organize charter schools is an exception to the teaching system. But also,
But there were teaching at Skyline felt like it was like Chico in the early 70s. I mean, teaching was the priority. But gradually each year, I began to feel this encroachment of corporatization and privatization as well. And I think everybody in the room is knowledgeable about what was going on in San Francisco City College during this period. But one day I just said to myself, George, you've been in the classroom for 44, 45 years, and you have to draw a line somewhere. And the line was student learning outcomes, as you guys are probably aware of. And I knew categorically what the student learning outcomes was about. And it's basically standardization of curriculum, which undermined the creativeness and artistic nature of what teaching is about, the spontaneous, improvised, creative work that teachers try to do in the classroom. And also I knew that related to me being at least a revisionist historian, if not a Marxist theoretical scholar, was going to be marginalized and put out and forced out the door at some point. And critical thinking was going to be undermined as well. And so one day I just said, this is in 2013, and I just said to myself, George, you've been fighting this struggle for 40-some years, and you're going to retire soon, and your legacy, when you're lying in bed and you're 85 years old and you reflect on your teaching, there's no way I wanted to say to myself, over the last couple of years, I sold out to my pedagogic principles, my political principles, and also the moral principles I felt about the classroom. And so I didn't make a date as to when I was going to bail out at that point, but a situation happened in March of 2013 that made the decision rather easy. We had a division meeting, this is social science at Skyline, and I'm not going to mention any particular names here, but it was a good group of people over the 8 years I was there, and we could shout out certain slogans and things, and everybody would kind of giggle and laugh and contribute to the discussion. Well, the discussion that particular day was about the school preparing for the accreditation process that was going to be put in place the year before, with the specter of what had been going on at City College for the previous 2 or 3 years. And so there was a lot of concern and tension. And somehow the discussion centered around SLOs. In fact, a member of the executive board of the local union was giving a presentation about SLOs and changes in the curriculum, etc. And someone who I admired in the audience, she asked the question, and she asked this person, what was SLOs all about? And the person from the union said, I don't know. And I just blurted it out. It's about standardization of public education. And at that moment, the dean, who was hired to do it, I thought we had a decent relationship, came and ran right up into my face, literally inches away, and said, will you come with me? Will you come with me? I was just 68 years old at the time. And he treated me like I was first grader. Just in my pants or something. And I said, no. capital accumulation limit is definitely a new heavy money by routing from, let's say, 1900 to 1980. These heavy money as well as important legally. Fourth, form a massive broad-based unified enterprise coalition Berkeley is demanding refunding of public education based on cuts that have been taking place. And the term refund was, I think, the banner of much of those protests. And I began thinking about it and came to the following. One must recognize that it is not simply enough to refund public education and the public sector to effect progressive and radical political change. Refunding education will not alter the corporatization and privatization of public education. Refunding public education will also not alter the neoliberal profit accumulation model. Public education must be redefined to serve society within the context of a complex transformation of the society. That definition, redefinition, should include blah, blah, blah. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Don?
It seems like the neoliberal model for education says the path to social justice is to provide a college education and to remove the barriers to education. But I think that's mistaken because not everybody wants to go to college. The New Deal model says even if you don't go to college, you still deserve access to health, education, housing, employment, time to develop yourself. So I think in some ways that neoliberal model that says everybody has to go to college, which now includes a big, big bill as well, because now college debt exceeds credit card debt. I think we have to change that model. But the path to social justice is the social justice ends in themselves. That is housing, employment, healthcare, education, and free time. You make those ends in yourself, other than making them derivative ends that you get you only deserve if you have a college degree.
Well, I agree. And to add to that, getting a college education does not lead to social justice. It leads to being channeled into two things, at least being channeled into particular niches within the economy. And secondly, increase, massive debt, which benefits the banks, et cetera. So that's why I say that education has to be redefined completely.
And we know from surveys that we've done that our students in West Contra Costa want auto shop, they want sex education, they want personal finance, they even want home ec. Whatever the correct term is home ec now.
For boys as well.
For boys as well. And yet these courses are no longer offered.
As Steve mentioned when he introduced me, I have run twice for a position on the school board. And one of the programs, one of the points that I emphasized was that we should break away from this schizoid conception of education and human development, that either you want a liberal arts education or you want something else, science education. And I propose a different model, to join, to vinculate both of them. You don't need to prepare some people for, technical education, other people for, higher studies. That the two of them should be combined. I mean, there is, we are at that point in our history that we can, take up a 21st century version of the Renaissance man, that didn't split his knowledge into two competing spheres.
Yeah. One of the things that is that capitalism right now and technology, here we are in San Francisco, the development of artificial intelligence, the development of robotic cars that are going to put in trucks that are going to put millions of people out of work, changed the whole dynamic of this education. In other words, the development of these technologies now mean that millions and millions of workers are no longer needed within the capitalist company. That's why some billionaires are saying, well, like this guy Yang who's running for president, we should give $1,000 a person. We should do something to help out people who are going to be displaced. So what does that mean as far as education? They don't need all this education. I mean, even educated people in radiology, engineers are going to be displaced as a result of automation and technology. This is a crisis for our whole system, not here, but worldwide, not only here, but worldwide. And it's a social crisis. And it's not being addressed by our unions. It's not being addressed, well, some billionaires are saying we have to do something about it because they're worried about the social explosion. In community colleges now, they're being destroyed and turned into private operations because they say we no longer need it. If you want an education or a trade, go to a private school. That's what they're doing. So they're closing down here in San Francisco whole departments. I mean, nursing departments are being closed. Television production is being closed. So what they're saying is we don't need you anymore. And this is being pushed by Governor Brown, who spent $150 million, a lot of money, for online education. And the SEIU, which is supporting this, SEIU statewide leadership, would say we have to train our members in engineering and coding. So we'll go to these online classes. So we'll be helpful to the healthcare industry. Well, since when should we destroy public education, get rid of teachers, and go online? Who does that benefit? What education process does that benefit? So we're talking about a basic structural crisis that has to be confronted, and it's not. And as George pointed out in Los Angeles, there's a great book by Gilmore called Golden Gulag, which talks about the deindustrialization of Los Angeles. They destroyed all the industry, and instead they put the young people there, African American, Latino, in prisons.
Yeah, they pumped into drugs, right?
They pumped into drugs
and
and put them in prison. So you have a social crisis. I mean, when kids are homeless, and you have like 3 families living together to survive, what kind of education process are we going to have in the schools? That's the question. Morris, you had a question?
Yeah, I was wanting to know if Carlos and George are going to put their presentations online somewhere so we can read.
Yes, it's all going to be online.
So they're printed, they're in months, okay.
Yeah.
Also, so we can see public schools then as a reflection of that New Deal to neoliberalism transformation, right? The same kind of way. What I'm concerned about is that as a teacher,
I have a suggestion. We're going to have another panel which you can join.
So let him ask.
Okay. Okay, go.
Yeah.
no, I was saying, what's our suggestion for reaching the new teacher who all they know, especially in Los Angeles, is working at part charter school. There are no public school jobs on EdJoin. Right. They're all charter school jobs. And I would bet about $1,000 to find in the last 5 years 100 charter public school jobs. They're not even there.
Yeah. I would insist that teachers, that we should look at ourselves as what we are, intellectual workers, and that we should demand complete and absolute control over the tools of our trade. And educational objectives, content of curriculum, choice of textbooks, those should be the prime decisions that teachers every year should be asked to make. It is our trade, it is our profession, and those are the tools of our trade, and they've been taken away from us. They want us to build a sculpture, and they give us a ton of marble, but they give us wooden tools. We can't work that way. We should be, in other words, we should be running our schools, not school bureaucrats, or not blindly taking directions from Washington or wherever.
Well, I work at Oakland Unified. I'm a school psychologist. And the biggest effect that I've had regarding all of the topics that you've been talking about in schools is mainly because most of the students that I deal with are second language learners. A lot of them are unaccompanied minors. I have a large group of students from Guatemala. So The schools that I have and the 4 schools that I work with the past 2 years have fully functioning bilingual education, Spanish immersion classes. But this is a result to keep the students at grade level so they can be educated in both languages. And this was voted on by the parents because they wanted this. But I'm seeing right now that when you talk about the teachers being charged of curriculum, I think that you need to look at the fact that, look at our student population, and also the fact that we need to look at the Common Core. This is a copyrighted curriculum that I have to deal with and I have to look at every day. And I think teachers should be able to teach. I think they should follow their own curriculum, and I think that the Common Core is designed to have the students in the schools that I'm in for failure. For failure. The Common Core is directly related to making these children fail. It is not developmentally designed for children. Kindergarten, first grade students cannot handle the Common Core. I'm often confronted with the fact, well, is it because the child cannot do the curriculum, cannot compete, or cannot finish or accomplish the curriculum? Or is it because developmentally they're not ready for it? And in most cases, they're not ready for it. So I think people need to come down to the ground level, and they need to walk into these schools, these public schools, and really see what's going on.
The commodification of education is what we're talking about. I mean, imagine giving kindergarten kids tests. What's the purpose of that?
Yeah.
For kindergarten kids getting tests? Well, there is a purpose for it. For Pearson and Company, they make money selling tests.
That's right.
The more tests, the more money. And that's the case with teachers. But the Common Core, again, was supported by the teachers' unions. In fact, they took hundreds of millions of dollars from the Gates Foundation and other foundations to make Common Core work. I mean, I was at a convention of the California Federation of Teachers, and they had a panel at the convention on making Common Core work. So if your unions are actually saying that we need to make Common Core work, they bought into the idea of commodification, taking the power out of the hands of teachers to make the determination of what books should be taught and classes. And the other thing is that since when do you have to have a private company have education tests for your classes? Teachers are quite capable of providing tests. They're aware of what's going on. They're the best, but it's, again, commodification, making money out of public education. That's what this is all driven by. And that whole ideology has to be something that our unions challenge. The union has to challenge the capitalist ideology that has been propagated in our school system. And as far as the charter school teachers, what is happening is they're telling people, if you want a job, you're not going to get in a public school, you're going to get in a charter school. And also they're saying, if you want your children to be educated by African-American teachers, you have to go to a charter school.
Right.
That's what they did in San Francisco. They're getting rid of the African-American teachers in this PAR program, which we'll be talking about later. And then they tell the parents then, if you want African-American teachers for your kids, you have to go to a charter school. This is a way of pushing the population, African-American population, into charter schools. It's really despicable and criminal how they're manipulating the education system with their agenda, corporate agenda.
John, just a request, we're videotaping, and if people in the audience don't have microphones, so if you speak softly, you're not going to be heard in the video.
Or you
So,
can put another mic up here.
yeah, but just speak a little bit louder, please. John in particular, you're a little soft-spoken.
Okay. So one thing I think people don't realize is that the California standards, at least in math, were remarkably successful. So in 2003, we had about 60,000 eighth graders proficient or advanced in Algebra 1. By 2013, we more than doubled that to 135,000 eighth graders proficient in advanced. So under the California standards. We actually greatly increased inclusion in the linchpin course and the math sequence, and we got real traction on the number of people proficient as well. It was a big success. So we had the successful California standards, which tested in English, math, history, and science, and we've replaced it with Common Core. Those SVACs only test in English and math. So it represents a narrowing of the curriculum. And if you actually look at the SBAC assessments themselves, they are remarkably difficult. They're completely inappropriate for our California second language population. Some of the math problems are nothing but language problems. I think you have test validity issues when you have a large second language population, yet the prompt is all English language. And I'll stop there. But we had a great system that was functioning, although there were issues with it. And the issues with the old system, the California standards, are greatly magnified in the Common Core system.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we're going to go on to our next panel. Thank you, Carlos and George. So our next panel is Joseph Glatzer, John Erminger, and also I'd like to invite Morris up if you can participate in this panel as well.
Joseph and I are going to be talking about, I guess, a pretty global effect, a pretty global report on charters within West Contra Costa. So I'm going to be talking about co-locations at Pinole Middle School. I'm going to be talking about how charters select students. I'm going to talk about the role of money, charter money in school board elections, and the role of money in charter school construction and charter school operations. Joe is going to talk about factors that are driving the exodus to charter schools. I will add a little bit to that. Joe is going to talk a little bit about how CTA is reacting to charter schools and how UTR is reacting to charter schools. I'll also talk a little bit about how UTR is reacting to charter schools, and Joseph is going to have a solution. So here is my experience, our experience at Pinole Middle. First of all, charter schools have a petition, which is like their constitution. Pinole's, there's a charter co-locating of my middle school, Voices. Voices charter says that they're supposed to hold meetings in the county in which they operate, but they're not. There are no meetings scheduled for Contra Costa County. There's only been one meeting scheduled in Contra Costa County for the more than 15 months now that Voices has been operating there. So they're technically violating that charter commit, that petition every time they hold a meeting. They don't even have remote video teleconferences set up in our district as they do in some other areas. So we've got technical violations that our board seems to be ignoring. Second thing is, Voices at my school is 96% Latino. That's heavily segregated, as are the other three Santa Clara County Voices sites. Charters are making the school system even more segregated than ever before. Going into Voices is like Brown versus Board of Education never happened. There's a loss of bond-funded facilities in our middle school. For example, we have bond-funded science labs, 2 of them. One of the science labs has been taken over by Voices, so losing out on that. Traffic issues, emergency vehicle access in the neighborhood, because every single charter kid comes by car. And so traffic issues are going to be compounded by the new Making Waves, which is also scheduled for our neighborhood, at Doctor's Hospital across the street, and by the opening of Calaba's North Campus. There will be much more traffic flowing through the already congested Apkin Way, Tara Hills, 80 intersections. And we know how the city of Richmond has said that the way charter schools are scattered throughout the city really wreaks havoc with that traffic. There's a disruption to everyday Pinole Middle School functioning. Voices chanting in the hallway in front of our classrooms, bathroom use, screeching sounds of moving desks in the middle of class. Charter schools use settler colonial tactics. They establish a foothold through co-location and create facts on the ground. They start with a few classrooms and expand from there until they take over the whole school. They're occupying our space against our will, but they are the ones who play the victim when you call them one. Charters...
Sounds familiar.
Charters in West Contra Costa select for high-performing students, and Linda Delgado has plenty of data on that. It's also on the district website. So in many ways, I won't go into the details on that if you want to know. Great report from the district's own administrator on charter schools. Homeless foster youth, as well as those with low skills and with behavior issues, the charter selects students with those most involved with supportive students, and the data back that up. There has been a really significant role in charter money in West Contra Costa school board elections, and I wrote a fairly detailed report on that, just an outline. In 2012, $64,000 was spent by all candidates. After Citizens United in 2014, $460,000 was spent. Almost all of that increase was from charters. By 2016, $708,000 was spent on elections. Almost all of that by charter interests. And so who's funding this? Steve Chamberlain and John Scully, local billionaires, who fund political entities like Ed Matters, West Contra Costa Kids Can, and also asset community groups such as Building Bridges for Kids, Go Public Schools. They should really be honest and call themselves Go Private Schools. This mirrors the agenda pushed by Gates, Reed Hastings, Eli Road, and the Fisher family, but on a local level, so this is everywhere. Charter schools, Chamberlain, and contributed huge amounts of money to last year's elections in support of Hannah's, Quavis, and especially Hernandez Brothers. Quavis and Hernandez Brothers have created anti-Quavis voices and local moratorium probably result in so you can't put pressure on the candidates even if you have to see roll the big money in West Contra Costa charter for construction and operation. Much of the charter construction in West Contra Costa, especially making wages finance directly out of the pockets of billionaires such as Marin County investment banker John Scully, who is financing the new Making Waves campus, a several $100 million project. For the 18-19 school year, Scully gave more private donations to Making Waves than the school gets from public funding of ADA. So its ADA was more than half for its operating expenses. And they're building what I would call a $20 like a fake setup. So this school is great. This is like a model to kind of set it up. It's a showcase to try to undermine public education, sort of like how Uber and Lyft are totally unsustainable business models losing billions a year in the efforts of the story taxi industry. How can we as public schools compete with their when their private funding is double and then you have almost no private donations to speed?
Just clarify point, probably just define what co-location means in case anybody doesn't know. So co-location is due to cultural environment. back to driving metrics are level. The thing about our public schools is so for example, one school teachers that come about the USC is sometimes perspective teachers put the district following that and respect the teachers and members of the school. So we have a reduction in assumptions, which by the law is by policy model. So this is a really important goal, and we share with that, share the value of that goal. However, it's really important to we have the last executive team policy in the city. So that's important policy that started in the university and started in the last 2 months and we see some other. So we need to make that to make our life. We have to ask for that. So we cannot try to do this and to the education in the city. We cannot try to do this and to the government. So we need to teach them to the university. We don't want to do this. So it's a non-human law. We need to active and effective student instruction. And we don't have to do this. One of the reasons to report by we're losing about $27 million a year in charge. Practice my business. This is better than the estimate. So why is this always ineffective in doing this is something we don't know. And why we always this system is also something that I don't know. So I don't know if national Now, when that system's gone down,
student insults me to my face every time we run into each other. About twice a day, students knock loudly or kick our door and then run away. Student made a joke about a teacher's personal appearance. Someone wrote an expletive on my door when I wasn't looking. Teacher had a doorstop thrown at their head. Luckily it missed. We've had a teacher spit at, teacher's tires slashed, and we had a teacher pushed last year. And this is just 1 year in one school, so that gives you an idea. And our school is actually not that bad compared to many out there. So, these factors that we're dealing with on campus make charter schools look a lot more attractive to parents. Parents, generally speaking, want well-run, orderly, structured schools.
Exodus factors continued. So lack of support for behavioral issues was the #1 issue on a recent UTR survey. As it stands now, RJ, Restorative Justice, and PBIS, Positive Behavior Intervention System, are failures in our district due to lack of funding. With the increased academic mandate of Common Core testing, we will never make any kind of decent improvement to our test scores without dealing with the underlying behavior issues. Disruptive classrooms and behavior issues are the #1 driver to charters. Charter expansion will continue until this issue is addressed. A visit to Pinole campus shows that a large part of the charter appeal is the fact that Voices is clearly an authoritarian reaction to disruption. The Voices students are uniform, march in quiet file, except when they're chanting slogans, which greatly disturbs the classes. So, yeah, they're all in line.
Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about CTA and how they're dealing with the charter issue. So we think CTA has taken a mistaken focus on reforming charters rather than actually going the full way of repealing the charter school law and making these all democratically accountable schools instead. So if the charters are getting good test scores based on legitimately good teaching techniques and not due to artificially selecting for the highest performing students, then they should be able to maintain these results within the public system, so I don't see what the problem is. They also have a mistaken focus on unionizing charters, and I know this is something controversial within the teachers' unions. There's sort of a split between those who think we should unionize the charters and those who think we shouldn't. I personally and John think that it's not a good idea. And it may be that CTA has calculated that their future as an organization depends on unionizing these charters, because as they increase their enrollment and as public schools decrease, then they feel, okay, well, we're getting our dues from somewhere, so that's how they're going to deal with that. So when CTA organizes charters, that undermines and contradicts the interests of authentic public school teachers. Because as charters grow, public schools lose students, and the ADA money that follows students leaves too. And so the more there are unionized charter school teachers, the less there are unionized public school teachers. That's the bottom line. Now, CTA does a lot of great work, and they're an invaluable organization, which we definitely need as teachers. However, their approach politically has to be recognized as extremely conservative. I oppose pretty much everything Republicans stand for, but one must recognize their tactics have proven to be very successful in implementing their agenda. Democrats and liberal interest groups like teachers' unions are like little kids playing t-ball with a wiffle ball bat, and the opposition is playing hardball with professional players. Our unions have followed the failed, conservative, moderate Democrat strategy for decades now, actually. We need to have courage and take bold stances, like demanding the repeal of the charter school law entirely. So CTA is reluctant to put pressure on Democrats to support their CTA-sponsored bills. So even those that we gave money to and endorsements to, and voting against our interests, we still won't call them out publicly. So a recent example is the California Senate Education Committee Chair, Connie Leyva. She gutted AB 1505, which is one of those charter reform bills which is now sort of floundering. And what it would have done was remove the ability of the State Board of Education to approve charters if they're denied by the local district or the county. And it would also allow districts to consider negative financial impact when they're considering a charter, which right now they can't. So she received $8,800, which is the maximum contribution from CTA in 2018, but she gutted this bill, which is a modest reform bill, by the way. So why are we giving money to those that are undermining our interests? Do you think Republicans and conservative groups would ever do that? They'd be screaming bloody murder. So CTA should have organized a mass action such as a statewide strike in response to the charter crisis and the funding crisis we face. And so the pitiful turnout of our big statewide action in Sacramento was due to the conservative approach which does not mobilize young people, or union members in general, or the public. So we in California should actually feel embarrassed compared to teachers in red states like West Virginia who don't even have the right to strike but who accomplish so much more. And as we can see, big money in California runs everything. Every charter school accountability bill has fallen a similar fate, either being watered down to the point of uselessness or being killed off completely. So this is done by Democrats, because California is a one-party state. Democrats have a supermajority. So basically anything they wanted to do, they could do. So this is the same phenomenon which killed the soda taxes of recent years and any effort to tackle the homeless and housing crises, such as enacting rent control or tenant protections. So as we see on issue after issue, big money runs everything. The best interest of the people does not seem to matter. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about UTR, United Teachers of Richmond, which is our union local. So first of all, UTR definitely deserves a lot of credit for getting us a substantial salary increase last year, or a year and a half ago, something like that, which took us from one of the lowest paid in Contra Costa County to one of the highest paid, which is great. And we've gotten really good support at our site dealing with these issues. But UTR does need to do more in pressuring the district on charter schools. We need to ask them to revoke, we need to pressure the district to revoke the charters of those charter schools that are violating their petitions. So why are they allowed to violate the law when we're not? For example, starting with Voices, which is co-locating on our campus, as John mentioned how they're violating. Another thing they did, which we have a problem with, they helped to unionize Summit, which is the main competitor of our school, Pinole Middle School. Most of the students from Pinole elementary schools that go to charter schools in the shift between elementary and middle school are going to Summit. Why would we unionize one of our competitors? This makes no sense. So when we ask about it, we're told something like it helps our brothers and sisters in education, and some esoteric argument about how it's going to help us in the long run. Well, why are we supporting those that seek to take our jobs? The more charter school jobs there are, the less public school jobs there are, and the less UTR jobs there are, period. So I don't understand this. Also, the expansion of this charter franchise summit causes or can lead to financial insolvency of our district, West Contra Costa Unified. So I don't blame teachers in charters as individuals for working charter schools, but the truth is if they want to join a union, they should join a public school district. We have plenty of openings. So we've had a lack of support also from UTR, our local, on co-locations, including that on our campus. We were told when we asked for support protesting this action by the district to place the school on our campus, quote unquote, the district has no choice. So if we protest that, then they're just going to end up going to another school. Well, what about you protest if it goes anywhere? You know, what about making it difficult on them at least, you know? Something. So we got nothing. So I was shocked by this. Zero opposition to co-location. There's also a refusal to start a charter committee which functions, which could study these issues and take action. In fact, we have an executive board member who has sought to quote unquote collaborate with charter schools on best practices. Yeah, and he was supposed to be the chair of the charter committee. And the last time I asked, I haven't heard anything back if there even is a charter committee. But if it exists to collaborate with charters, which is the opposite of what it should be doing. So there's that. So we need to attract more members to support us. And the only way we're going to do that is by taking more active action, not by doing this by-the-book strategy, which has failed for decades. And so we need to unite for common struggles against the 1%, against the billionaires and the millionaires, while the rest of us have so little and they have so much. So we support as a union immigrant rights, which is really important, but we need to move beyond that. Think about what we're saying. We're saying we're fighting for your right to be in this country legally. That's a really low bar, isn't it? Shouldn't we be fighting for housing, for healthcare, for decent salaries for people? So we need to move beyond our basic issues to unite with more unified demands to unite the working class and people of color with our struggle. So on another note, school performance in low-income areas will never significantly improve until they cease being low-income areas. So it's not like San Ramon and Albany have these great schools because they just got lucky and had a great group of administrators and teachers come together that created wealth in the community. No, it's the other way around. Communities with wealth and resources are able to create schools with wealth and resources that pump out these kids that make a lot of money when they come out of the community. And so it's about time teachers' unions make this argument again, that low-income students are going to have that challenge with test scores. They're starting at a way different place. They're way further behind. And so it's unfair to make that comparison. And so we're going to continue to be blamed for low test scores, and we're not going to really have a good defense if we don't make this proper argument about poverty. So we need several things: rent control, gun control, state single-payer health care, higher minimum wage, strong public sector. We need stronger and bigger unions. So we need to give everyone the ability to have a middle-class, comfortable lifestyle. We need to uplift everyone. So my opinion, for all the faults and limitation of him as a candidate, I think UTR, CTA, and NEA should be endorsing Bernie Sanders for president, because I think it was a big mistake last time endorsing Hillary, especially so soon, without even asking the members to vote. And it looks like these big teachers' unions, the Nationals, are going to try to endorse Biden, who has a terrible record on public education. Bernie's new plan is really good. He calls for a national moratorium on charter schools, along with something like doubling or tripling Title I funding, lots more funding for special ed, English learners, all the things we need. So, yeah.
So currently, during our UTR rep council meetings, with the meetings of the union reps of the schools along with the union leadership, there is little or no time for open discussion by teachers. Our rep council is run in a non-democratic way, which makes it difficult to raise emergent issues which are not on the agenda. The agenda is set by the union president and the executive board with no input from rank and file teachers. There was no discussion on our decision to help our competitor Summit unionize. It was done arbitrarily without member input or rep input either. The stronger Summit is, the weaker our union is. What are we doing? Really, I think it seems like CTA made the decision that it's going to pursue its own interests, and its own interests are to collect dues, whether they're from charter teachers or non-charter teachers.
Okay, so I'm just going to wrap up with a little bit on what I think the solution is. So we face many challenges ahead, but this is also a hopeful time for potential change. We need to unite as rank and file teachers to repeal this charter school law, fight co-location, fight privatization in all its forms, make these schools democratically accountable to local school boards, just like ours are. There are solutions to these problems we face. It is not a hopeless situation. We can make progress if we work together, including sometimes outside of the confines of the official union apparatus. Let's stay in touch and work together to face these challenges as they arise. Thank you.
So one of the key areas, and we're going to be talking later as well about Oakland, is Los Angeles, what's happening with charters. And now I think larger numbers of teachers have some experience with the charter. So our next speaker, Morris, is going to talk about his experience in public education and charters and what's been happening. So welcome, Morris.
Thank you, everybody. My comments won't be too long. I know it's not much time.
You have half an hour.
I'm not going to take half an hour. I was applied for a job recently at Campbell. I shouldn't go into this. I'm actually going to mention names of districts. And they lied, and that's a public school. And part of the process was to have a teacher try out. This is a charter school intervention into public education. Charter schools have to come and teach their kids. Well, let's see how good you teach. Well, why do you go teach your school then? They use this to, I think, to cherry pick who they want to teach anyway. But I saw it in Campbell, I saw it in a couple of districts in Northern California where they're using charter school techniques in the application process, which I am thoroughly opposed to. But they are creeping inroads into public school by charters. As far as co-location goes, when I was in Denver working for KIP, we had a co-location in a Denver public school, and there is no bill that says you have to co-locate. DPS just said, hey, we're gonna co-locate. They're a charter district. They go to charter schools to learn how to teach. Okay, they go to charter schools to learn how to teach. Public schools aren't any good. In the eyes of the different public schools aren't any good. Charter schools are better. So therefore, they send their principals to charter schools to learn how to teach. So we had a co-location. First floor was a teacher-run school, DPS. Second floor was a school they were phasing out middle school. Third floor was KIPP, Denver Collegiate High School. And we had a meeting. This was in 2013. We had a meeting one day about the building, because if you're co-locating, you have fire drill issues, right? You have bathroom issues, you have fight issues. You're in the same building, so you have to deal with each other as far as, a lot of different stuff. So we had a meeting one day, and DCTA, Denver Classroom Teachers Association, was passing around a little note to us at the charter school saying, you want to form a union? Well, of course, the head of the KIPP got wind of this. We were basically told, in no certain terms, we'll fire you if, say, you've been looking at this union thing, which is illegal. But they don't care about legality. They don't care about the laws. They do what they want to do. So we were threatened with termination even to talk to the CTA. So and as far as I'm concerned, at least as far as I know in Denver, there aren't any moves to like organize charter schools. In Colorado, there was a bill that came out, SB 191. It's a very important bill. It's not talked about that much, which took away tenure. There is no tenure anymore in Colorado. Raise to the top money was dangled in the front of the legislature by the Obama presidency. They took the money, and tenure is now gone. So if you have 2 years of unsatisfactory teaching, you become a temporary employee. This is statewide. It's because of the charter school industry, which in that state, you don't have to have a teaching license to be a teacher. So I'm showing you how far it can go if we don't organize against charters. I know the experience I had in Los Angeles. I was working for a charter school, which was shut down. We did all kinds of lawsuits filed against it for the discriminatory practices. So every PD we had in the year was because they had been sued by somebody. Therefore, as a result of the lawsuit, they had to do some kind of workshop about something. That's how bad it can get. And the enrollment went down, and the board was pissed off about paying all this money to you. So the principal's salary went down $10,000. But it gets better. So all the high-paying teachers were gotten rid of, including me. They said, "Well, your performance isn't too good. Here's these performance, these kind of a par deal. Here you go. The form was it was not even filled out. There was nothing on the form. And 1 month later, we'll be in office. You're out of here." So I went to the board and said, "What is this bullshit? The fuck is going on here? There's nothing on the damn form." The person fired me. The person had her head down. The school shut down about 6 months later. The point is, they were getting rid of me because I had a high salary to bring somebody in who was, I don't care that I understand they want to hire younger teachers and teachers who are white. That's the way it is. White, maybe Filipino, whatever, who are 25. That's cool, Latino. I don't care who they hire. But if I'm working there, you ain't firing me because the enrollment's going down with some bullshit about my performance. Don't lie. Just say we got to get rid of you because it can cost too much. And I guess we really can't say that. So that's who they hired. Somebody at least 30 years younger than me who just started teaching to save money. So they will do anything they can to save money. The building was so freaking hot, we were sweating all the time. They made the kids buy water. They have water. Yes, they did. I was there. It happened. Okay, I know it's a lie and exaggerate.
How is that legal?
You know, school shut down, I don't even know. It's going. And that's another thing. When these schools shut down, what happens to like the school records? I mean, where are they? Where are your academic, transcripts you might need? I'm just saying, is there some law requirement to give the parent copy of the academic records? At least there should be some law saying that. If it shuts down, everything has to be sent to the parents. Because there's no record of your work in there. I guess they paid SCRS. And one more thing about KIPP in Colorado, their pay was so low. First of all, they lied about what they pay you. Well, we'll pay you the DCTA wage minus 5%. Okay. Then you sign the contract. Oh, you know what? We made a mistake. That's how much we just can't pay you that much. Sorry. So they lie about your salary. And here you are trying to. I remember one young lady. She was new. Said, "Has anybody done their paycheck? It's so low. I can't pay my student loan." That's a quote. So I would just say, co-location, the introduction of teacher tryouts in public schools, the way they will get rid of people based on enrollment to make money because they have to pay, they don't have enough money, whatever, to pay salaries, is the way charter schools to me are just the biggest joke this side of the Pacific Ocean, which is like right there. Pacific Ocean right there. Okay. I mean, it's there. I understand why parents I'm gonna say this. Some parents think because of charter schools, they can't afford private schools. They think it's better. Got uniform, nice new building, looks cool. And let's say an area like in LA, LAUSD wasn't building any new schools in the southeast or southwest side of town. So the charter schools were opening up. So they filled a need for more schools by opening up. So let's try this new school out over here, And so some parents will send their kids there because they want to try something different. The Alliance has a pay for performance scheme in Alliance from Colorado Public Schools. It's a chain in LA, and their pay is really bad. It's like $45,000. It's like horrible. But if say your test scores go up, then they'll pay you more money. And this is somewhat what DCTA has with ProComp and Denver, somewhat like that. So I'm just talking about some of the things that teachers go through in charters, and if you dare talk about unions, you're going to be fired. They're going to get rid of you. Now, maybe UTLA is organizing charters in LA, but in most situations, you're going to be fired. And one more thing I want to talk about, which y'all don't know about. In some parts of the country, charter schools are used to segregate. Meaning, let's talk about in Colorado, which I worked there. I can talk about more than King California charters. There are charter schools that exist to make sure that white kids don't go to school with brown and black kids. That's why the school is organized. And, it's just I can talk about Federal Place, other schools in that state. The charter schools are all white. Well, you can't have an all-white school. I mean, it's just not possible, really, unless you have an all-white county, all-white, region, then it's possible. But they organize these schools to make sure that some white parents don't want their kids to go, they don't want their students to go with brown and black kids. That's why they send them to charter schools. And this happens. I'm not trying to throw a racial aspect inside the conversation, but it does happen. Not much in California, like the school that the young boy was shot at in the Denver area a few months ago. That's one of those schools. It's a one school, one building K-12 school, and these schools are organized in the area so their children don't have to go to school with brown and black kids.
I think Morris here in Concord, I think Clayton Valley
Okay.
is a good Clayton Valley, I think, is a good example of that because that was the relatively wealthy area that split off from Mount Diablo a few years ago, and that was largely white, and I think that was the driver.
So I just want to let y'all know that working for these charter schools is not pleasant. You can be fired at any time. You will not get a letter of reference or you might get a bad evaluation from somebody, and you don't want that. Or they basically lie about your employment history, which might cause you to be fired and not be hired somewhere. And I think they're a joke that need to be ended, quite frankly. If they're used to experiment good techniques, like my brother said right here, bring them into the public school. What's the big deal? If they're working, you become part of the public school system, you become unionized, the board that runs you was eliminated and the school board is in charge. So I think there's ways of dealing with it. But another thing is corruption. There was a person in LA making like $200,000, $3,000 like a year ago. I think she just went to jail. I mean, they basically know how to cook the books. There's a guy, I'll mention names, New Design Charter Schools, Yao Adutwum. He's a guy from Ghana. He was convicted of people paying him from Ghana who wanted to come here and work, and that's how he signed their visas. So the sponsorship was basically him paying them. And African Americans are always fired at that charter school. They're hired African American, you're never any good, you're always fired. And and if y'all want to sue me, y'all can sue me, that's the truth. Most African Americans quit that school because they see discrimination going on left and right. And it's all about test prep. Test prep, but seriously, it's just test prep. That's all the school's about. But, again, it's near USC. They have the same USC colors, maybe a parent wants to try it out, instead of sending them to a local LUSD school or like the Catholic school down the street. So I can't really blame parents, but these places are really for teachers. You just be careful. Be careful messing around with these guys because unfortunately, the principals, the people who lead them are there because they couldn't become principal nowhere else. And now I'm principal and I can demand $125,000 a year salary. That's my experience.
Before we take questions, I was going to make a little comment about what's happening in San Francisco. Because have you all heard about the Arnotov murals that they want to destroy? Okay. Well, it's a pretty interesting story, and it's connected to what we're talking about, privatization charters. The school board, the superintendent actually was trained at the Eli Broad Institute. This guy, Vincent Matthews.
A two-year program.
Two-year program on how to run schools. Exactly how to destroy public schools. And one of his jobs, he was appointed by Governor Brown to be the trustee of the Oakland School District. And that's when the Oakland School District brought in a large number of charters and ended up, when he left, with a deficit of $157 million. So they were hiring consultants and basically privatizing the school district, which now faces the likelihood of bankruptcy. One of the issues of charters that they use is identity politics. They say, we will teach you about black history, we will teach you about Latinos. We support immigrants, and they organize, but they also use their money to lobby for charter schools, which is illegal and should be prosecuted. They brought up students through buses to Sacramento to support charter legislation using school funds. Illegal. Is the Attorney General, Xavier Becerra, prosecuting that? In any event, some Native American people who knew about the murals at George Washington and I began a campaign to say that these murals were having a traumatic effect on their children, and they should not be there, and that they should, what they call, paint down the murals. So this was the superintendent, African-American superintendent, Matthew Vincent, said at the board meeting, the school board meeting, he said, I was shocked by that mural. This is a year before this incident came up. I was shocked by that mural. Now,
That's incredible.
The question is, I mean, he was born in San Francisco, he knows about the murals in San Francisco. If he was truly shocked about these murals, why wouldn't you put up any signage to explain what the murals were? You know, I mean, you would want to explain what they were, because they were anti-slavery. They exposed George Washington as a slave owner. They also exposed the fact that George Washington was for Western expansion on Native American lands. This is in the mural. I mean, this is what the mural says. So then you have the school board who are, and I think it's true in a lot of districts now, identity-bound school boards. In other words, gay, lesbian, black, a Latino, an Asian, they promote that as, I'm going to represent you because I'm this identity. This is how they introduce themselves. And it turns out the same thing is happening at San Francisco City College with the school board, identity politics. So the president of the school board, Stephan, likes to start by giving quotes from African Americans. Angela Davis, ILWU, Alice Walker, and at the beginning of the meeting. But their position was that, in fact, this mural should not only be destroyed, but they should pay up to $600,000 to destroy it. And Mark Sanchez, who's the vice chair of the board, said this is the first payment for reparations. This is the first payment for reparations. Now, this is in a school district where schools do not have supplies. Some schools have maintenance problems. They don't have supplies. And he's talking about this as reparations? I mean, how about the greatest full free public education for all the students with the best money that we have? You know, a large amount of money. No. Reparations. So now, to counterpoint this whole thing about the mural with what's really going on is that, do people know about the KIPP? You mentioned the KIPP Foundation. Do you know what family runs the KIPP Foundation? Do people know? The Fisher family. And their headquarters is the Gap Corporation, a few blocks down from here. The Gap Corporation is owned by the Fisher family. The mother, John Fisher, who owns the A's and is trying to privatize the Port of Oakland, is on the board of the KIPP Foundation in San Francisco. And they wanted to co-locate at the Malcolm X Academy in Hunters Point, Bayview. And they said, we want to put a KIPP school there in Hunters Point, Bayview. And there were protests against it. The union did oppose it. The students opposed it. The students had rallies. They said, we are at the Malcolm X Academy, our scores are increasing. We're improving our education process. We're becoming a strong school. This superintendent, Matthew Vincent, allowed Doris Fisher to put the KIPP school in co-locate in Malcolm X Academy. And I just heard from a former teacher that they're stealing classes. They're doing all kinds of things to wreck the school. That's what co-location means. It means wrecking the school. So here you have a school board, a school superintendent who talks about fighting racism, fighting discrimination, and they're actually personally involved in destroying a public African-American school, mostly African-American school, in Hunters Point, Bayview. Now, the other second part of this is the issue of retaliation against teachers, workplace bullying, because you have a program called PAR, Peer Assisted Review, and thousands of teachers in Los Angeles have been removed. This program was set up, and it's all over the country now. And in fact, Linda Darlene Hammond, who's been appointed to be chair of the Board of Education, is a proponent of this. She also ran charter schools. They went bankrupt in the peninsula, at Stanford. But this program was set up to help teachers improve their abilities. And it was going to be teachers helping teachers. That was the line of this program. So guess what? It's being used by management now, in collusion with some union officials, to get rid of senior teachers, to get rid of African American and Latino teachers. And Brian Crowell, who was a former shop steward for the Berkeley Federation of Teachers, began to defend teachers who were being targeted, and he himself was put in the program. the peer assisted review, and he found out that Kathy Campbell, the president of the union, the Berkeley Federation of Teachers, was actually getting a salary from the PAR program to do this work. In other words, to get rid of teachers. Why would they get rid of senior teachers? As Morris was saying, they have at a higher pay scale. They also are going to be retiring, and they're going to retire at a higher pay rate, higher retirement rate. So they have an incentive.
Let's say something. Now, you know, if it's really an issue, if it's really an issue with money, if it's really an issue with money, that you need to get rid of people who are old, you need to have people to retire. And ask people to retire, give them the benefits of retire. And if that's really the issue, which really it isn't, because I'm going to tell you something. A number of studies have shown that if students see a teacher like them, especially students of color, like them in school, they're better, they're more chance to be successful in general in school, be it private or public school. But if it's really an issue about you can't afford the teacher with big salary, you can always encourage people to retire with a buyout. There are ways of doing that if it has to be done. But firing people for this PAR thing, this is, you know, what they do is it's just all they do, they're just lying. They're making a lie, and they say, "Hey, you suck." Why? Well, we said so. Goodbye. And that's just not cool. I mean, people don't put their careers, put their years into something, have somebody who lie about them. So because you know, just because they're older and they have experience. I mean, why can't they be using, if the issue is salary, that's one thing, but they're lying about, these PAR programs are lies. They're defamation, they're slander to get rid of somebody. And that hurts somebody who's been there a while, paying their dues, helping kids learn, and all of a sudden, hey, you know what, you suck. Why? You cost too much. You stink, get out of here. And it's just no good.
So this is, one of the things is that in San Francisco, we heard about the PAR program because we found out about a teacher named Margaret Reyes, who was a kindergarten teacher here in San Francisco. And she was being bullied by her principal. And she was a great teacher. Everyone loved her. So then it turns out that they put her in the PAR program. And one of the PAR coaches was her principal. So the person that was going to evaluate her was the principal. So she was aware that, in fact, it would be retaliation and that they wanted to get rid of her. So she refused to go in the PAR program. Said, I'm not going to go in this program because it's discriminatory. Now, what the union did here, UESF leadership, is they allowed a parcel tax to go on the ballot in San Francisco that included funding for the PAR program. Over $1 million a year now is being spent by this parcel tax on the PAR program. And in this parcel tax initiative, it said that the union would no longer have authority to decide whether or not a person goes into that program. It would only be up to the superintendent, to management. So they basically gave away the union's right to stop people from being put in the PAR program for retaliatory reasons. So,
I'm going to say something else real quick.
okay.
I want y'all to think about this. I'm going to say something that's really controversial. Really controversial. If you want to save money, lower the salaries of principals and superintendents. I said earlier. Because I'm going to tell you why I said that, just straight up. If you really, you know, they always insult us. You're not in education making any money, are you? The biggest thing they did is slap somebody. I mean, that's the biggest insult. You're not in education making money, are you? You idiot, you're poor. So if they're really in it to be a good administrator, tell you what, base teachers we pay maybe 10% more. Maybe 15, that's it. And I bet your whole lot will be taken off. Because they become, I hate to say it, they become, not because I'm not trying to be fair principals or superintendents, but the pay increase is so much. It's like going from 70,000 to 135. That's a lot. That's big. That's a big pay jump, almost 100%. And they paid them less. You know, more people in here who are actually there to help kids and for education than people who were there for the money. So that's why I think we should demand, lower the pay of superintendents, lower it, make them get paid less money. And I think we'll help education a lot. But no one talks about reducing pay. We made a good demand about decreasing the amount of consultants. That's cool. A lot of these you can save money on the Oaklands and wasting money. But I think we made the demand that you're making too much money, superintendents and principals. You would see people say, what do you mean? How much? Because then the salary would become a public issue. I'm not saying you can't make any money, but since we can't get no pay raise, why should you get one? And remember who started that? The lady down in Louisiana. Remember that? About 3 years ago. She came to the meeting in a little school district and said, well, you get a pay raise, why can't we get a pay raise? And that's where it all started, right there with her. And they took her out of handcuffs. Remember? It happened, remember? Yeah, it did happen. And you know, she's been forgotten about. But that's the issue.
So this Margaret Reyes, who was being targeted, by the way, in San Francisco, they did cancel the contract with Teach for America, because Teach for America is a tool to bust the teachers union and to bring in young teachers, mostly from Ivy League colleges, to teach for a couple of years, and then they themselves start up charter schools, many of them. They market themselves as, you can start your own charter school. So, and this has been backed by the billionaires and Teach for America. In fact, in West Contra Costa County, Chamberlain, this multimillionaire, gave $3 million for the district to hire more Teach for America teachers. You know, and I was actually told by a member of the board of the UTR, unnamed, that this was good. They were doing good work because there was so much stress they needed help with new teachers. So they felt that the Teach for America teachers would help them out. And I said, well, the reality is this program is to incentivize to get rid of senior teachers, not to help them out. And also, you cannot become a teacher in 2 years. It takes a long time to become a teacher, a professional teacher. It takes years and years and years, always. And the idea that you can become a teacher in 2 years is ludicrous, but that's what they want. They don't want professional teachers. They're driving out professionalism of education, and that's the purpose of it. In any event, Margaret Reyes refused to go to the program. She spoke out at the school board meeting. We had a rally here, a protest at a hearing that was being held. Some of you were at that hearing. And during the time that this was taking place, she subpoenaed the records, or got the records of the school district, which showed, as a matter of fact, that there was retaliatory discrimination against senior teachers and African American and Latino teachers. Some teachers were being coerced, bullied, who were near retirement, were bullied to retire, and they had to sign non-disclosure agreements that they'll not let anyone know why they quit teaching. Now, you're talking about a public school district coercing the teachers to sign non-disclosure agreements about why you removed. This is happening in the San Francisco Unified School District. So I actually went up to Mark Sanchez, the person who wants to pay reparations by destroying the painting, and I asked him, I said, Mark, this program, PAR, is being used as a retaliatory program. It's a disciplinary program, which it was not set up to do. It was set up to help teachers. So he told me, he says, our lawyers told us it was okay. This is Mark Sanchez. Our lawyers told us it was okay to use PAR to get rid of teachers. So this is really a critical issue of defending teachers who are being coerced and bullied. Many of these teachers who've been put in the PAR program end up going on disability. They're harassed, they're mentally harassed, their families are in a difficult situation. And Margaret Reyes is unable to be at the conference because of her family issues. However, this coming Monday at 8:30 a.m., we're going to be having a press conference, and it's on this flyer in the back, in front of the court, because one of the things that they do is with this program, the PAR program, is they avoid going through a Skelly hearing, a proper hearing, to have evidence about why you're being dismissed. They use the PAR program as the evidence, which is hearsay and that kind of thing. So she's challenging it in court. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a lawyer yet. But this Monday, there will be a press conference at 8:30 at 400 McAllister to defend Margaret Reyes and to call for an end to the PAR program, for it to be shut down. Now, Brian Crowell discovered a wealth of information in Los Angeles, Oakland, and mainly in Oakland and SFUSD, that indeed the program was discriminatory. It should be shut down. We also learned, and this is important, about the situation of teachers, is that dissident teachers, educators for democracy, or EDU, Educators for Democratic Union in San Francisco, which was a caucus, the members of that caucus were targeted by the PAR program. The dissidents in the union were actually put in the PAR program to get rid of them. And they had this is a political use of this program, not only by management to get rid of senior teachers, African American, Latino teachers, but also by the union bureaucracy in San Francisco to get rid of dissident teachers. So we're talking about a very pernicious program that is really being used to weaken and attack teachers. And one of the reasons is that teachers are intimidated, they're afraid, they've been bullied, and they are afraid. And I would say, lastly, this mural is a very good example of that, because only one teacher, a librarian at George Washington High, got up at the school board meeting and opposed the destruction of the mural. And she said that the superintendent had set up a special committee that she didn't even know about to discuss this. It was called the Action Committee on the mural. And they handpicked people who were in favor of the destruction of the mural. And they called other people who were on this committee withy and colonialists. So they basically berated people on this committee set up by the superintendent who were opposed to the destruction of the mural. So she spoke, and I later talked to her and asked her, what are there other librarians, others who were opposed to the destruction of the mural? She said, well, some librarians are in favor of it. But the fact is that the teachers are themselves intimidated of speaking up, because they would face the wrath of the union and the administration. And that is the difficulty that teachers face now. You know, you face not only the management, but you face the union. That is a real political problem.
And that's why we need the public's help. We need a mass movement of the public to help us.
Let's go to Puerto Rico and get some of those guys.
You know, and that's really what you need to see. They were serious. They took care of business, and they got results. Whether the new government's going to be as corrupt as the old one is not even the point. This guy had to go. And we did that with teachers' education. We would get the change. If people took a real stand consistently to fight for quality public schools, it could happen. But it has to be more than the teachers doing it. Because a lot of us are just threatened with retaliation, blacklisting, whitelisting, slander, and that's just the reality of that profession. That profession believes in retaliation. It's part of the mantra of the way it's run now. So we need all y'all who are not in the classroom to help.
So we'll open up for questions or comments. Yes.
Oh, what again was the address of the cross street of the press
It's 400 McAllister.
At the cross street?
McAllister and Polk. It's right next to City Hall. It's across from City Hall,
Okay, thank
the
you.
court. And the press conference will be at 8:30, and then at 9:30 the court hearing. Now, the judges yesterday ruled against her and defended the district's action, but we want to pack the courtroom as much as possible to let people know and let the judge know we're watching you, because they have to know that people are standing up and saying enough is enough. It's sickening, frankly, to see what they're doing to teachers. I mean, how they're terrorizing and bullying them. I mean, they spend their lives trying to contribute and help educate kids, and then they're terrorized by the district. I mean, this is really something that has to stop. Yes.
Steve, as we know, wealthy people keep their power by disinformation, by keeping the population confused and uninformed about how these systems work. When we speak about charter schools to the general population, very few people know what they are. And can you explain briefly, for the benefit of those who will be watching, what is the incentive to a wealthy person to get involved with donating so much money? What are the mechanics of benefit that accrue to them, and why are they doing this? That would be great to clarify for general population who these bad guys really are.
Well, this has to do with privatization. The capitalists want to increase their profits, and public education, $600 billion of money that they can get. So by having privately run schools, they pilfer money off. They have their own private contractors doing bidding. They have testing. In fact, this Ron Beller and his wife Jennifer Moses, who we fought at in Richmond, West Contra Costa School District, the Caliber chain, it turns out they also own a education software company. And they were actually using their education software training on the students. So here they have the students, they're making money using their software. It's like Zuckerberg, training on the use of the software. So they make money selling software. And you had a situation of corruption in Los Angeles, for example. This is a good example of what you want to talk about corruption. $1 billion contract was signed with Zuckerberg, well, not Zuckerberg, Apple, for Apple computers. And no bid contract, DZ, who also is a graduate of the Eli Broad Academy. They have some fine graduates at the Eli Broad Academy. Duffy too, that's Eli Broad Academy. I mean, some of these people were all trained by, anyway, they signed a no-bid contract. It was a corrupt contract. And he was forced to resign. But there was never any criminal charges against him for what he did, kickbacks. And also, Apple and Pearson, another testing company, had contracts. Never any kind of accountability. And the union, the UTLA, did not demand criminal prosecution. So here you have a guy that's stealing money from the public, from the schools, and if a teacher took some money, they would go to the classroom, put you in handcuffs, and take you away. That would be the end of it. But when it comes to the superintendent, no. And the failure to call for criminal prosecution, I think, shows that they're not serious about fighting the systemic corruption. So there's that, there's testing, business, there's computers, online. They want to go have kids online. You have classrooms, and I visited them, where all you have is computers and one advisor. Rocket ship. This is, all they have is computer. Well, who does that benefit? Computer companies. Buy more computers, get rid of teachers. Computers are cheaper than teachers. In fact, what's happening with Governor Brown is he just, with the legislature, they just voted $150 million in another no-bid contract in California to go online education in California for community colleges. You no longer have to have a teacher, just go online. They don't have enough teachers. No, they don't want to pay teachers to teach at community colleges. So this is another means of increasing profit, and also the land grab is another one. This is happening in particularly Richmond and West Contra Costa. They can get a school district to give them the latest high school that Bella got is they have a $1 for 40 years for this land. That's what it is. $1 for 40 years for a prime plot of land. The one that we stopped actually when we had a protest, they wanted to give 7 acres to the Adam Middle School to Ron Beller for $40,000 to sell it to him. So, we're talking about financial speculation with developers who can take over this land, and they hire non-union contractors for the most part. The school bonds, construction now is going into building charter schools. Now, how many charter schools, how many high schools do you need in Richmond? There's a limited number of high schools, so they bring in students from around the area to Richmond, and they basically pack it up. It's environmentally hazardous. It's dangerous to the kids. Neighborhoods fill up with cars coming into that school. So you're talking about making profiteering of the billionaires. That's why the Caliber charter school which was started by, as I said, a former stockbroker of the Peloton Fund. That was Ron Calvert and Jennifer Moses, his wife, was started on the 43rd floor of the Fortress Foundry Corporation here on Market Street. And Bridger, this guy Bridger, was a former Goldman Blum stockbroker in London, is a billionaire, started it in his office. So this caliber school actually started in a billionaire's office on Market Street.
Wow.
I mean, why this is, from the get-go, a corporate capitalist enterprise.
Can I mention something real quick about the computer and the software stuff? So by the way, it's not just charter schools which are using this educational software which makes these companies billions of dollars like Pearson. And by the way, Pearson also operates their own charter schools. I think it's Connections Academy is owned by Pearson. So they're on all ends of this business. It's public schools that are getting this educational software. We're spending a ton of money as public school districts buying the software licenses that we might not necessarily need. And this includes, well, this one's free, but the Summit program. So Summit is the schools that are, I've been talking about earlier, the charter schools. The people who made that started their own program. And so they're marketing the way they teach in Summit to public schools to teach the same way, like you were talking about in Denver, teach like the charter school teaches. So this is what they're doing. And actually they say it's project-based learning on this computer system, but actually what that's code for is very little teaching, just standardized drilling, going for the test. It's not actual project-based learning. And so what it does is it makes teachers less important and less valuable, and so the kid is being taught by the computer more than a teacher. And so the Summit program is also backed by Zuckerberg, and there's been protests all across the country. School districts like this program because it's actually free. And so the charters are, So Hercules, which is middle school, I don't think it got to the high school yet, but they were starting in the elementaries and the middle schools in Hercules on this program. And it was also in Kansas, I think. There was a big story in the New York Times a while ago. And there's this huge outrage. The parents hate this program because there's not traditional grades. The parents don't know what the heck is going on. They don't know where their kids are at. And this only works as like a self-directed thing for kids that are like super motivated to do this on their own. But how many teenage kids and preteens are motivated enough to direct their own education without the teacher's guidance? And so this is another way, like we're talking about the online community college program, it's just a way of getting rid of teachers in the long run. That's the whole point.
Thank you. I just wanted to share some people that I just came to this realization a few months ago. I'm not going to mention names of these companies because that might be defamatory against the company. But a lot of these school buses you see running around here are not school buses for a school district. A lot of them are used by charter schools and maybe private schools too. So I know most public, well, in Denver's a little different because of co-location, the charter school has to use DPS cafeteria. But if, say you're in a charter school that doesn't have a cafeteria, what do? You go with some private contractor to serve your lunch, right? I mean, nothing wrong. I'm just saying the school's existence presupposes businesses serving the school. So those businesses are pro-charter. I'm just saying because they're making money off the school's existence. So it's kind of something you have to kind of keep in mind too, that not just the computer programs and the school management systems and the record-keeping systems, attendance systems also now have a new contract. That too, but school buses, cafeteria,
Revolution Foods
program. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole record. Exactly. Yeah, Revolution. Yes. There you go. They are based on charter school expansion because the public, it's just something that maybe we don't think about sometimes. When you said that yellow bus with the name crossed off is probably serving a charter school in some capacity because they usually don't have a way of picking them up. But for field trips, you got to use them, right? You got to use some kind of bus. that's one that's made me aware of the business connections with charter schools.
Sure.
Sorry about that.
So we'll have a couple of questions, and then we're going to go for lunch. So you had a question?
Yeah, thank you. You covered a lot of information over the past hour of this panel. I've got a few comments on here. Big question was, what do the billionaires get out of it? I'm going to be a little facetious with the names here, but you got the Don Gosney Charter Academy. And of course, I'm going to hire the Don Gosney School Management Company, a wholly owned subsidiary of Don Gosney Enterprises, and I'm going to buy my school materials from Don Gosney School Supply Company. This is how one of the ways that they actually make some money on there. Okay, you talk about the mural. Okay, were you aware that here in Richmond we have a mural by the exact same artist that the Richmond Museum is working to preserve with the same kind of thing? Yeah, tear it down here, build it up over there. Okay, you mentioned Clayton Valley High School. Clayton Valley High School is actually in Concord, but most of the students live in the city of Clayton. If you don't know that area very well, that is Trump Central. Everybody's wearing a MAGA hat. Big thing on the newspapers the past week, the deli owner that was, if you say something about sending them all back, he'll give you a free lunch. Yeah, that kind of thing. You're talking about the salary that the teachers get? At Making Waves Academy, about 2.5 months ago, staff was proposing giving the teachers a 6% increase on top of their cost of living increase, on top of their $10,000 a year retention bonus. Okay, again, John Scully contributed $12.5 million to the school this year. Funny, he contributed the same amount as the deficit for WCC USD. A lot of people aren't aware that, and excuse me, I'm not an educator, so I'm not going to get this phraseology right, but students that have difficulty learning because of the lack of English skills, the state actually pays an extra $1,000 per student as part of the ADA. And so that's one of the reasons in Richmond why we have 11 charter schools. And most of them are targeting minority students, immigrant students. That's another $6 million a year going into the pockets of them. And I really appreciated the examples you gave about why some of the teachers were leaving. I administer the Ivy League Connection Scholarship Program in West Contra Costa County, and one of our top chaperones was a great teacher at Hercules High School, product of Pinole Valley High School, by the way. And she ended up leaving. You know, the $10,000 a year extra that she got at San Ramon, that was a big bonus. But she put down in writing that one of the problems that she was having experiences, and we all see this at so many of our classrooms, the disruptive students. All it takes is one disruptive student to screw things up for the entire day. But then, of course, it doesn't matter what that student did, the parent thinks that the child's an angel. Every mass murderer you ever seen, mama gets on in front of TV. They didn't have to shoot him. No, he was a little angel. He was going to go to church afterwards. Okay, but of course these parents, they storm into the classroom yelling and screaming at the teachers. And the principals, he says she's got no support from the kids, no support from the parents, but no support from the principals at the school who desperately do not want those parents running over to Bissell Avenue to the headquarters and complaining about what's happening to their little angel at that school. The principal doesn't want that. She also said no support from the district itself. But now this was the surprising part. No support from the United Teachers of Richmond. She said, hit the hat trick, the trifecta, you call it what you want. San Ramon, more money. They care about the teachers, supporting the teachers. It was a win-win for her. But if you can't address these kinds of issues, we're going to have this mass exodus all the time.
Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry I just came late. My name is Norma. I'm with the Freedom Socialist Party. My cohorts are here. But I'm also a paraprofessional in the United Educators of San Francisco. I think it's so important that we do go out and support Mark Reyes. I mean, I support Mark Reyes. I wholeheartedly, everything you're saying is just hitting to those things, like the revolution foods and how privatization is just impacting us to this point where, like, one student, yes, disrupts
very important presentations about, yeah. Okay, we'll reconvene at, it's supposed, at 1:30, so we'll have about 45 minutes for lunch. Thanks all for coming, and let's have lunch. So, thought we had a useful discussion in our first session before lunch. Okay. Some of the questions that were addressed in our first opening session were how do the billionaires, the capitalists, profit from privatization? And we're going to be looking at some case examples of that in the issuance of bonds, parcel taxes and bonds to pay for supposedly public education, which now are being used more and more for the profiteers and the privatizers. So our first speaker is Don Gosney, and Don is a education advocate, public education advocate. He's been involved in West Contra Costa School District oversight of bonds and also been defending public education. So welcome, Don Gosney.
Thank you, Steve. Steve asked me to be brief, so I'm going to keep it down to 1 or 2 hours and open it up to questions and comments. Just a brief introduction. I've only been affiliated with the West Contra Costa Unified School District now for 51 years. So there's a lot that I don't know about what happened before I showed up. But aside from being involved with the education, I've been involved with our $1.8 billion bond program since before it was a bond program in 1998. They used me as, since I come from labor, they used me as to try to convince my union to help finance the campaigns for these bonds. Nothing wrong with that. And I mentioned I come from labor. Back in 1939, my family watched the grapes of wrath on the side of a barn in Dust Bowl, Oklahoma. Of course, anybody who's familiar with grapes of wrath, they saw that old jalopy they had. Everybody's jaw was dropping out saying, look how rich those people are. Okay? But they came out here to Richmond at the beginning of World War II because they were building ships to make some money. Well, from that day on, my family has been part of organized labor. I come from a house of labor. We didn't have family barbecues. We had union meetings. As I've been a part of my own union now for 49 years, the Plumbers and Steamfitters Union. I built oil refineries. Was an officer for 21 years. Again, I come from a house of labor. So those of you that are educators, oh, by the way, my stepmother is a teacher from West County. My aunt was a teacher from West County. So we know a little bit about that. I'm going to talk about charter schools and bond measures and parcel taxes. And I'm going to assume, I know you're all educated, you're all smart people, and you probably all know this, but I'm going to assume that somebody in the room may not know something. So I'm not going to be tapping down to you, but I'm going to be saying things that you may have already know about. And normally I would be just asked the question, does anybody know the difference between a bond and a parcel tax? But I'm going to cut to the chase here. A parcel tax can only be used for the administration of a school. It cannot be used for the facility at all. Whereas a bond measure is just the opposite. It can only be used for the facility. It can't pay for sports programs. It can't pay for teacher raises, librarians, or anything like that. There is a clear delineation between a parcel tax and a bond. Now, you might recall back about almost 20 years ago now, we passed Proposition 39. I say we as collectively as the people of the state of California. And it was sold to us as a way to make it easier to pass the bond measures that we needed to rebuild our schools. Previously, it required a 2/3 majority to pass a parcel tax or a bond measure. 2/3 is incredibly difficult the threshold to make. We can take and have a motion out there to give all of Steve Zelch's money, spread it out, and still wouldn't get 2/3. Okay? But Proposition 39 reduced that down to 55%. That's a little bit easier. But then they threw in, just like the legislature likes to do, they threw in some tag-along items. Oh, let's also make charter schools public schools. But nobody's reading the fine print, because that was on page 57. All they were looking at is that 55% part. So this would put us in the problem that we're in right now. Okay? Now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about real world situation. Not the fantasy world, the real world situation. Now, just getting a quick heads up, I cannot embrace any educational model that takes money away from educating our kids. Okay? We all know we've got good public schools, we've got bad public schools. Well, there's good charter schools and bad charter schools. Okay? What I would like to see us do is, okay, if the charter school is doing something great, let's take a look at what they're doing and let's copy it. It's not a copyrighted thing. But if we've got something bad in our traditional public schools, let's stop doing that. The idea is to take the best of both worlds. But you've got certain administrative duties, for instance, that are going to happen no matter where you're at. So why are we having our traditional public school superintendent and his staff and then a charter school CEO? They're both doing exactly the same thing, and we're paying a tremendous amount of our public dollars to do that, instead of having one combined operation. This is taking money out of the classrooms. Any of you that are educators, I think you all might agree with me. More money into the classrooms is going to be helpful. Okay? But Proposition 39 says that charter schools are public schools. We can say no, they're not, because that's the kind of discussion you have when you have a big pitcher of margaritas in front of you. Okay? Because the law is the law. Okay? And I hate to keep making things sound longer by saying traditional public schools, so I'm just going to say public schools. Forget about me referring to charter schools as public schools, just for the sake of let's get this thing a little bit shorter. Okay? But recently, the state legislature, or not the legislature, I'm sorry, the people of California passed a proposition that allows a bond measure that will pay for public schools. Not a whole lot, but these charter schools are embracing that. They want their share. It was mentioned before about Caliber Beta in West Contra County. Well, they ended up with one of our facilities, and they are spending $21 million, I believe, of public money to, not to renovate, but to add on a little bit more buildings to it. Okay? Well, all of a sudden, since they're using public money, they found out that if you're using public money for any kind of a public project, Little Davis-Bacon comes into effect. You may not be familiar with that, but then what that says is you must use prevailing wages. And in this area, prevailing wages are unions. So now they weren't able to follow the Steve Chamberlain philosophy of building schools, where you bring in your immigrant workers from Nevada and Arizona and paying them substandard wages. Now they've got to pay union wages. Well, if you're going to pay union wages, might as well use union people. People have actually been trained to do the work. So that's a plus thing for me, being a building trades kind of person. But it means that all of a sudden, that $21 million doesn't go nearly as far as you might have mentioned. We heard earlier about making Waves Academy. They're at a huge new facility that they're putting in over by Hilltop Mall in Richmond. But the numbers that were quoted were incorrect. As that is only a $32 million project. Why? They're not using public money. Okay, you've got all these immigrant construction workers from the non-union workers coming from Arizona and Nevada came in there to do that work. And by the way, charter schools, public schools have to be built using a standard called the Field Act. Field Act dates back to 1937, when they lost several thousand buildings down in the Long Beach area after a major earthquake. See, maybe that's a bad thing, especially for our schools. We're going to put the little kiddies in these schools, maybe the building should stay after a little bit of a tremor. Okay, so for our public schools, we've got to take the plans, send them up to Sacramento, to the Division of Architectural Standards. It takes a long time, it costs a lot of money. Okay. Charter schools don't have to do that, because they're not building schools. They're building office buildings. that are being partitioned off and used as schools. So they don't go to Sacramento to the state regulators, they go to the Richmond Planning Commission. Now, Making Waves Academy, it truly is a beautiful looking facility. Now you got to put you on your special glasses with the filters and you start looking. You take away that pretty paint job, you get rid of the landscaping, you get rid of the ornamental signage out there, they're just basic boxes. Now, if you just want to educate your kids, that is fine. In our school district, like I said, we've got a $1.8 billion project. The Pinole Valley High School, which should has a soft opening on August 12th. You're all invited, apparently. We actually used an architect. He made a beautiful edifice. It is something for the community to be proud of. Because in 5 years, they're not going to turn it into an office building. It will always be a school. It is something for the community to be proud of for the next 75 years. Okay? Charter schools is not the same thing. So why did it cost our taxpayers $217 million for Pinole Valley High School and only $32 million for Making Waves? That's even a bigger facility. Because of the standards that they're using. Okay. This is one of the problems that, problems that we have when using, when the charter schools are doing their building. Proposition 39 requires that school districts provide charter schools with a comparable facility. That's the key phrase, comparable. Well, by rights, they can take a look at brand new Pinole Valley High School and say, we want one just like that. On the other hand, we're going to take them over to Richmond High School and say, no, you get one like that. Yeah, not quite the same standard. We got schools that are falling apart, we got brand new schools. There has to be some sort of compromise. Where Caliber Beta is moving in, that was a closed school that administrative staff was using. But rather than the district providing them with a school or co-locating, as we heard about before, they made a deal to lease that property. They didn't sell it to them. They leased it to them for $1, for quite a few decades. And Caliber Beta will be paying for the renovations. Same thing when they try to have the old Adams Middle School. As was mentioned, $40,000. Okay? Instead of us giving them a new school, we're going to sell them that property for $40,000, and they were going to spend $20 million to build a new facility themselves. It's kind of the deal that we made. It's not a good proposition at all, but it is what we have to live with. Because what no superintendent wants is a repeat of what happened in Oakland, where the charter schools, you had some charter schools where some of the classes were at one campus, some of them were at another campus, and all of a sudden the judge says, that's a bad thing. And says, tomorrow you will close this school, move all of your regular students to another school, and turn it over to a charter school. Did just like that. You give these people a black robe and they think they're in charge. I don't understand this. Okay? Nobody wants that to happen here because who knows what kind of judge you're going to get. Maybe you got one that loves charter schools. And all of a sudden, Pinole Valley High School students are going to school over Richmond High instead of the brand new campus because they turned over to a charter school. All right? But there has to be a partnership between the community and the school district and these charter schools. Because they're not going away. You cannot change the law. The legislature can't change the law on this. It requires the voters to change the law. It costs in the neighborhood of $4 to $5 million just to gather the signatures to put a proposition on the ballot. There really isn't the kind of interest and money involved with trying to change that law. I'd love to see it changed. Let them shut them all down tomorrow. I have no problem with that at all. But since they're not going away, we've got to find a way to partner with them and work together with them to make things work. But there has to be some accountability on this. And some of the legislation that's recently been passed, they have to follow the Brown Act, more so than before. The big problem with the Brown Act is you need an attorney general, you need a district attorney that is going to come into their house and say, I want to see the books. I want you to show me where everything is transparent. They don't do that. By the way, WCC USD doesn't like to do that either. Again, I'm chairman of our bond oversight committee. And just right now, they're trying to limit what we can do. It's a big fight that we're having with our school district and our superintendent. Saying, well, we don't have to give you access to all this information. You know, you guys are a really difficult group to work with. Live with it. All right? But you've got to ask yourself the question, who is actually issuing the charter? There are 3 entities that can issue a charter. There are 16 elements that must be met before a charter can be issued. And if a petitioner meets all 16 of these criteria, a school board has no alternative but to issue the charter, unless they've got unlimited money for attorneys, like the billionaires that own these charter schools. They will bring in their law teams in a heartbeat and just sue us into the ground. So we don't have a whole lot of choice on that. But you're seeing a lot is that when they do not meet those criteria, they may think that they do, but the school board says they don't. They can appeal that to the county board of education. And by the way, the petition forms from the county, they're already pre-printed with approval stamped on them. Okay? It's a kind of a rubber stamp. But every now and again, the county will say no. So then they can appeal that to the state board of education. And they just phone it in. Okay. It's hardly ever that you see the state ever rejecting a petition. Okay? So they're going to get their charter. The benefit of having your local school district approving the charter is now the charter school is responsible to that school board. In our location, for instance, I know some of you are not from West County, so these may not mean anything to you, but Leadership Public School is actually part of our school district. They've got to report to us. Caliber got their charge to the county. Our school district has 0 to say about it. Whatever they want to do, all that we can do is go to a county board meeting and speak as a public citizen. See? But so you want that kind of partnership and accountability. But we, as community members, we need to hold these charter schools responsible for what they are doing. One of the things I've been doing over the past 8 or 9 months is attending a lot of these meetings of the board of directors for these charter schools. Caliber Beta, even though most of their schools are in West County, they hold their meetings in Vallejo. Okay, we've already heard about Voices. Voices, thank you. Hold their meetings in San Jose, 60 miles away in the middle of the day, because people we can all afford to take off work, right? And drive 60 miles. A Method has 3 schools in Oakland, 3 in Richmond. Okay? And they're supposed to rotate their meetings back and forth, except they kind of get lost every time it's supposed to be for Richmond. The past 8 or 9 months, they've only had 1 meeting in Richmond. But then, and Making Waves, now they have it at the Making Waves Foundation, which is a beautiful office, my God. They've got 8 70-inch flat screen TVs on the wall so we can see what's going on. You got to be impressed with that. All right? But we need to show up at their meetings. We need to ask the questions. We need to hold them accountable. We need to look at their books. For instance, A Method, they've got 6 schools with a total of about 1,200 students. Their CEO makes about $450,000. His wife makes about $350,000. Superintendent for our school district is $230,000. For about 28,000 students that he's in charge of. Where's the parity on that? Because that money is not coming from a foundation, it's coming from the tax dollars. We need to hold their feet to the fire on things like this. On teacher pay, teacher conditions, hold their feet to the fire. Kind of hard when, as I mentioned before, Making Waves is out there offering raises that the teachers aren't even asking for. How do you beat that? Okay, but they're the exception. By far, they're the exception. It's kind of funny, at these board of director meetings, I keep fighting with them all the time because keep in mind, I got a video camera. I post these things on YouTube, and I have to remind their board of directors, this is a public meeting. It means you've got to speak to the public. They have no idea what one of these things is. A microphone. I'm serious. I'll have a little story about that in a second. But they will talk to each other in a conversational mode. This is a secret between you and me. We don't have to speak with the public in here. Actually, you do have to speak with the public in here. And I keep bringing this up. We can't hear you. Okay? The last A-method board meeting, they actually brought out a microphone. They went to Costco and bought one of those little machines. That's pretty good. I liked it. I bought myself one too. For the public speakers and the presenters, which was great. Except none of the A-method staff, teachers, or students would use the microphone. The brand new CBO, Chief Business Officer, that they hired that night, or promoted that night, he gets up to the podium, and he's got the microphone, and says, I don't need this, do I? And I said, yes, you do. I'm 35 feet away. I got a great camera, but it can't hear people whisper from 35 feet away. But that's the kind of arrogance that they have. At Making Waves Academy, I would set up in the front row with my camera. You see what that camera looks like there? Right in the front row. And when I'm normally doing it, it's not even that high. The camera itself is about the size of my fist. They said that they had teachers that were complaining that they couldn't see past my camera, they couldn't see the board. Now their tables are 30 feet wide with all their staff. I mean, at best, I might have blocked the view. My fat head, my big body might have blocked that view of them being able to see one person. But they wanted to put me in the back of the room, where I couldn't see anything, where I couldn't hear anything, except the interpreter 4 feet behind me. I could hear her just fine. Couldn't hear the other people. But that's kind of a way that they want to treat the media. Oh, but I am part of the media. I own an online newspaper called Radio Free Richmond. I said, law says they have to make these meetings public. It doesn't say that they have to make them accessible. They want to put me in the back of the room. Well, the next time they have a meeting, they come back after the break, I'm going to sit in the front row again. Screw them. And they want to call the law? Trust me, I'll call the law first. All right? One of the problems that we are having, as we've already heard here, is that we have shared facilities. There's just nothing good about that. Well, I think it was right before Christmas, where the principal at Pinole Middle School gathered everybody together, told the teachers that they all had to reapply for their jobs because they were going to combine 2 of our middle schools and then combine the 2 shared academies into one academy. Now, she got her rear end chewed out by the superintendent. You weren't supposed to tell the people about that. He hadn't even bothered to tell the school board that he was going to close one of our middle schools and turn it over to the charter schools. Now, I had a lot of public meetings. He goes on record, on tape, says, we are not going to close that school unless the enrollment gets down below a certain point. Okay? But the whole idea about providing them with a comparable facility, that is a difficult issue. Now, I said, on these parcel taxes and bonds, one of the problems that we have is that we have to share the money with the charter schools. In WCCUSD, or in West Contra Costa County, we have 32,000 students, of which 6,000 of them are charter schools. So that means we get to spend the $200,000 to put the parcel tax on the ballot. We get to spend the $400,000 or $500,000 to campaign. And then if it gets passed, we've got to give 19% of it to the charter schools. They don't have to put out a dime. Well, it's up to us, as members of the community, to stand firm. Get up there saying, no, you want a piece of the pie, you got to put some skin in the game. You shame them. Use the social media. Use the newspapers. Use letters to the editor. Get up at our regular school board meetings. Get up at their board of directors meetings. And go on record and shame them about that. You want the money for your kids? You got to put in some skin in the game. You got to help pay for this. And by the way, the last parcel tax in our school district, they did help put in some money. But because they put in a disproportionate amount of money, they demanded a disproportionate amount of the parcel tax. Well, part of the deal was they have to give a monthly report of how they're spending the money. Guess how many of those monthly reports we've gotten in the past 2 years? Oh, you guys know this thing too. 0, bupkis, goose eggs, nada, zilch. Where is our school district as far as the enforcement of that? You'd be able to show up there with whoever you need to, or the front office, and say, show us your paperwork now. Surely you've got it already because the law says you're supposed to have it all prepared. Right? But on it's incumbent upon members of the community to maintain the oversight of the charter schools when it comes to these buildings, whether it's bond money or whether it is parcel tax money being used for the operation of it. As a taxpayer, now by the way, I'm a single person. I have no kids. At my age, women don't even look at me, so me having any kids, not going to happen. But I voted for every one of our 7 bond measures to tax myself to death because it's the right thing to do for my community. You got to, sorry about this on the tape, but if anybody's got sensitive ears, this is my construction worker language coming out. If you got a piece of shit school, these kids are not going to learn there. Here's an example for you. I said 1998, when our school board president at the time, Charles Ramsey, he brought a bunch of us around to different schools to show us how bad they were so that we convince us to help finance the bond measures. Because none of our bond measures required any money from the school district. Not until they got rid of Charles Ramsey. He could, Charles could be sitting up right here right now, and you'd feel his hand on your wallet back there. He's that good. Okay, but we go by El Cerrito High School, built in 1936. Because it was in such bad condition, we were not allowed to go inside. Parents were not allowed to go inside because we had no legal right, no legal business in there. Only the staff and the students could go inside the building because it was falling down. We had to look through the windows. And he was right about that. We went to Perry's Elementary School, okay, which had no electricity. Didn't need it though. It had so many holes in the roof, it was like skylights. That day though, it was raining. Kids all moved their desks around. Okay, it was like bring your pet to school day. So many rats running around in there. I bet you they had names for them. Yeah, those kind of conditions that we had. Not hard to convince the people to tax themselves more. I don't mind that. I get to pay for these schools for the rest of my life because it's what we do. We take care of our community. It's what we pass on to our kids and our my neighbors' kids and grandkids. I'm not going to have any of that. But I don't want to pay for an office building. Yeah, because charter schools, sometimes they fail. We see this all the time. Not so much in our area, but in other areas, they fail all the time. And they spend all that money on that new building. Okay, what are we going to do? We can't have a school there anymore. Okay, well, the Acme widget company is looking for office space. Okay, we can make some money on that. I'm saying the owners of the building, not us as taxpayers. That's right. If they're using any of our tax dollars on there, we need to make sure that the buildings are built right. Or is it built with the union? Oh, by the way, we assisted in our bond program from day one. They had to use local hires. By local, we're talking starting in West Contra Costa County and then going out. And we do not consider Nevada and Arizona as being local. And they had to use project labor agreements, which meant all union. Okay. That did not happen with the charter schools. Yeah, having a tough time embracing either one of those things. Oh, I'll cry tomorrow. Another issue is the Brown Act. If you're not familiar with the Brown Act has actually been around since 1950-something, I can't recall. It's a sunshine law. Essentially, it says you're using public money, you've got to make your records public. The meetings have to be accessible to the public. All your financial papers have to be accessible to the public. You have to post an agenda at a minimum of 72 hours in advance. Okay? So that the public can review everything on there. Now, even though technically the charter schools had to follow the Brown Act, up until recent legislation, it wasn't a very strong effort. But they're having a tough time embracing the Brown Act. They're having a tough time reading basic words on the paper. The sky is blue. I can clearly see here that the river's red. I'm serious. I mean, I just had an issue with making waves. They included in their agenda packet, they're saying that because of a recent Senate bill, 1034, I think it was, don't quote me on the number, that they cannot list the names of public speakers in their minutes unless they specifically ask for it in writing. I'm thinking, what the heck is this all about? So while I'm sitting there listening to this babble on and on, first I look it up, and it says just the opposite. You're required to put their names on there unless they put in writing that they don't want it on. So I will be sending them a letter along with the legal opinions that I've got, saying, maybe you ought to reread this. Maybe get one of your charter school kids to read it and interpret it for you. We need to make sure we hold their feet to fire as far as following the Brown Act. So we've got the transparency, because these financial records are critical. Yeah? John, you had trouble just a few months ago. Was it Voices or Invictus?
Well, so eventually I got now public records request. I had to actually fill out the public records request form, and I've got budgets for Voices, Invictus, and a couple of others. I don't have them with me, but remember the Caliber meeting just before school started?
Yeah.
And Marcus Malarkey told me, John, you won't have to fill out a public records request, just email me. Well, I did, and I never got a response.
Yeah.
And I've been really busy in a way the last month or so I never got it from him, so I'm going to fill out a public records request.
I mean, we shouldn't have to fill out a public records request, because then you're going to go through attorneys on that stuff. I should be able to just call up our superintendent, Matt Duffy, and say, Matt, can you have somebody send me this financial report?
Or for most authentic public schools, you can just go online. Actually, for every public school,
Yes.
I mean, they don't. Sometimes you have to hunt heck on the website, but the budget is there, and I've not found one charter school for which that's the case.
Yes. Like I said, I've been attending a lot of their board of directors meetings, and if they had an agenda posted, I'm not kidding you, we'd have a 3 or 4 hour meeting with an agenda that took up this much space on the paper, and no documents were included with it. So I mean, and they would have you, when you would show up, they finally agreed, sorry, backed up a little bit, they would allow public comment, done in 1 second, don't get too close here. They would have public comment at the beginning of the meeting for everything. It was explained to them, no, you actually have to have public comment for each agenda item. But they would have the public comment at the beginning of that agenda item, before it was even presented. I actually got in a fight with the chief of staff at Making Waves at their May meeting, when it was just an innocuous title. We couldn't even tell what the item was. I said, how are we supposed to comment on this when we have no idea what it is, and even before the presentation? And that's when she says, I feel threatened by you. Oh, I'm not kidding you. And she said it 7 times. Of course, I immediately backed up out of the way and apologized. But then she started saying, no, we want to make sure you can attend our meetings, Mr. Gosney. That was a veiled threat that, I'm the person that can make sure you attend. That's called bullying. Okay? Small woman, big man, I'm always going to be in the wrong. But anyway, big question here is, where do we go from here? And what steps do we take to protect our traditional schools? Or at least make sure that the charter schools that we have, where they get opened up, are following the rules and are serving our community in the best way possible. Because if we can get that ballot measure going and eliminate the charter schools, that solves a lot of our problems. But until then, where do we go from here? At this point, I'll open up to questions or comments.
Yes.
So I appreciate the work you do, Don, in posting all these things online and having all this resource available and going to all these charter school quote-unquote board meetings. John and I took a field trip one day to go to that Voices board meeting in San Jose. And like you mentioned, it was 60 miles. It took us, like an hour and a half to get there, right? what parent who's in San Pablo or Pinole, maybe immigrant family who limited English, how are they going to possibly be able to access that meeting? And when we went there, we were the only people there that were not Voices staff. We were the only people there that weren't employees of Voices. There was one county compliance person there, but other than that, everybody was wearing that Voices lanyard, that badge. And so these board meetings they have are more or less a sham, wouldn't you say?
I'm sorry, I'm glad you mentioned that. They're not public board meetings, they're staff meetings. Making Waves is like that too. 30, 40, 50 of their staff people. From the audience, a department head will get up and give their report about their department. We see that at A Method as well. You say they're just shocked that members of the public actually show up.
You know, one of the things about the Brown Act is the Brown Act previously to this new amended Brown Act required this transparency. It wasn't enforced. The Attorney General, Kamala Harris, and President California Attorney General Xavier Becerra are not enforcing the Brown Act. They could have a special task force of the Attorney General's office to go to these school districts and say you have to have your information on a site, or else your license is going to be revoked. So I think as far as a political campaign, and I agree with Don, we have to have a charter amendment to stop all public funding to charters, but we can also demand that they enforce the Brown Act and they revoke the charters of the schools, the charter schools that don't follow the law, and they're not following the law. The other thing is corruption. As we discussed earlier, these charter schools are filled with corruption. That's what the nature of deregulation is. You deregulate, and then crooks get in to steal your money. That's what deregulation is about. But there's no task force in the State Attorney General's office or in the District Attorney to go after these corrupt charter operators. They should be in prison. I mean, corruption is an issue for the public, for the students, and these funds are being misused. It should be going into classes. But also, the public does not want to see their money stolen. They're angry about parcel taxes. The other thing is, Defend Public Education now has taken a position that we're opposed to parcel taxes as a way of funding schools. We want to tax the billionaires. There are over 100 billionaires in California. They need to be taxed. There should be a capital tax. There could be a depletion oil tax to fund public education. The working class is being saddled with taxes and homeowners for something that the billionaires should pay for. It's the same with transportation. They want a penny tax now in Northern California to pay for more transportation for these companies in Silicon Valley and San Francisco. But the political problem is the unions. Our unions are not going after the billionaires. They're not saying to people, you're getting ripped off by these people. These people should be paying. They should pay for public education. I mean, the fact that California is 41st in public funding for education, when we have a Democratic governor and we have an absolute majority in our legislature, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? We don't need reform. I mean, as far as an initiative, they can pass bills to tax the billionaires. They don't want to do that. And that's really an issue that has to be raised by the labor movement and the unions. There's a lot of money, and it's not being taxed for public services and public education. And I think that Don has done some good work in exposing the corruption of the schools, but I think we have to start going after the district attorneys and the attorney general and demanding you enforce the law. That's what we pay you to do. You're supposed to enforce the law. If the laws are not enforced, they get away with this stuff. That's all it is.
I just learned over the weekend, actually Contra Costa County had, it's a little bit old video, but they were watching it on the county station. It was a 75-minute video. I learned that Brown Act violations are handled at the local level by the district attorneys. And Contra Costa County has one person dedicated to dealing with Brown Act violations. But as he pointed out, in his whole history, the entire state of California, there's never been anybody go to prison over a Brown Act violation. They just don't take it as seriously as we would all like.
And again, they don't take it seriously because our unions are not making it an issue. If the union said, we want Xavier Becerra to enforce the Brown Act, and if you don't, you shouldn't be in office, then they get the heat. You know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, as they say. You know, if you don't make noise and if you don't expose the corruption and demand that they do their job, then they're going to continue to get away with it. One more.
Don, earlier today we were discussing shared space by the charter school and the existing school. Actually, the use of these spaces is unequal, right? When it comes to transportation, how do the charter students get to the school? How do they use accessible stairways, restrooms, fire exiting, safety codes, and so forth? Because if the school is designed for use by its existing occupants, and you bring a whole other group of people into that space, by law you've got to comply with the seismic laws and all sorts of. How does that get through the local building departments?
Oh, I can only address what's in West Contra Costa County, okay? But at this time, we only have 2 shared facilities, and both of those facilities can handle the shared use of the campus when it comes to hallways and accessibility and fire exits and stuff, and cafeterias. It takes a little bit of work on that, but getting these kids to and from the schools, that's where it's bad. Almost all elementary schools in particular were designed as neighborhood schools. They were designed back when we were young. You know, we'd walk to school, okay? Well, the world we live in now, people don't walk to school, but parents may walk the kids to school or they're driving them to school, but it's a minimum amount of traffic getting to the school. But with the charter schools, almost all of the students come from outside of the area. And where Caliber is moving in, you figure 600 to 900 cars in the morning and 600 to 900 cars in the afternoon in a residential community. I don't know any place that can handle that kind of thing.
And they're going to be coming in through, they were saying they expected to come in from San Pablo Avenue, but I bet it's going to come in from Appia.
I'm sorry. It was suggested to Caliber. I said, I build oil refineries. We'd have projects with 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 workers all of a sudden. Well, to mitigate the traffic as required for the permit, like at the Chevron refinery, they found it cheaper to have satellite pickup areas, Fairfield, Pittsburgh, Vallejo, Martinez, where they'd have old beat up school buses. You know, no longer suitable for little kids, but for construction workers they're fine. But they would pick them up and then bring them in. Well, they can do, I suggested this to Caliber, have pickup points where you have small buses bringing in the students from an area where you get 20 kids on a bus instead of 20 cars. So.
Well, one of the important points to understand about Prop 39 is that it was written by Reed Hastings, and he and other billionaires spent $3 million getting it passed. But it was endorsed by the CTA and the California Federation of Teachers. The unions endorsed the Prop 39. Now, the unions have a staff of lawyers. Did they look at the language of Prop 39 to see about co-location? The other important aspect about Prop 39 is it exempts charter schools from the Field Act. The Field Act requires that if you're going to build a school, it cannot be on a toxic dump site. It has to have special health and safety rules, enough space for children. Now, this is, I think, illegal because you can't have one set of conditions for public school students and another set for charter school students. It's unequal treatment. So they should be sued. The union should be suing against Prop 39. I'm for repealing the charter school law and stopping all money entirely, but the unions could sue the violation of Prop 39, which is encouraging the bust up of schools and resegregation. So another example of this poisonous policy is in Treasure Island. I don't know if people saw the article, that there's a charter school there that they built. And they're bringing in students to Treasure Island. Now, I visited that charter school. It's right next to contaminated areas. It's next to buildings with lead paint peeling off. the buildings. This is right next to the charter school. Now, if it was covered under, the school, act, the Field Act, it wouldn't be allowed to be there because it's a hazardous area. But they're putting these kids, disadvantaged kids in this area without proper protection. And they're getting away with it. The other aspect of it, health and safety, OSHA. OSHA is not inspecting these sites. There's an attack on teachers, harassment, bullying of teachers. There's systemic harassment and bullying of teachers. OSHA and the government should be protecting, as well as the union, these teachers. They're not doing that. So these are, again, impediments and obstacles to transform the situation. A lot of teachers are beginning to learn about the nature of charter schools in the crisis because of these strikes. Because of the LAUSD strike and the Oakland strike, people began to become educated. And our next speaker, Jocelyn Tawada, is going to talk about that strike and the lessons of it. Thank you, Don, for
Thank you.
your presentation.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Tawada. I'm a school psychologist. I work in Oakland Unified School District. And I guess if you're all aware, you're all very aware of the very publicized Oakland strike that we had that lasted a total of 6 days. At the beginning of the strike, we were very energized. Many of my colleagues appeared on CNN and they said, wow, there she is, look at her. We really got a true spirit of solidarity. And we felt that our union leaders were definitely behind us. When I met at the last meeting of the union, I'm a union rep, and now I've been elected as I'm on the executive board, seat 11, as well. We were told at the last rep meeting, just before the strike was actually gaining all of its momentum, that we were going to march to the Port of Oakland. Okay, this was being endorsed by our union president, Keith Brown, who was also a member of the Longshoremen's Council. And at the very last minute, they decided, no, we're not going to go to the Port of Oakland, we're not going to attempt to shut it down. If we had done that, our democratically elected union, we could have gathered a national response, to the problems that public school is facing right now. However, at the very last meeting, they decided when we marched down Broadway in Oakland, they decided that we were going to bring in Tony Thurman, our superintendent. Tony Thurman effectively poured cold water on any kind of effort on the part of our union and our strike to continue. Because he decided, no, we're going to have a tentative agreement, you're going to agree on this, and you're going to vote on it. So all of us, without even being able to discuss the tentative agreement before we even voted on it, we were all marched into the Paramount Theater, downtown Oakland, and we were asked to vote for this tentative agreement, which nobody had even discussed. So there was a vociferous group of people who were against the tentative agreement. There was a group that was for it. They wanted to go along with the union, say, just come on, let's just get this over with, and we'll agree to it. The vote was very tight. There was only a question of a couple of votes or it would not have passed. The number of people that voted no against the tentative agreement was pretty high, and they had pretty good legitimate reasons for not voting for it. I just feel that, it's really great that everybody is here and we're all meeting together and talking about unions, because it's one of the few democratically elected groups that we still have in this country. And I think that the attacks that are constantly happening to unions are unfortunate. And I think that people are getting the wrong rap about unions all the time. And I just wanted the school psychologists, I let them know, well, you know what, I stood up, I went to that meeting, I wasn't even a rep, I wasn't doing anything, but I went to the executive meeting because I wanted to tell them how hard we work. Because the last 2 years that I worked at Oakland Unified, I had to go to 4 schools. I had to go to 4 schools. I had to deal with every conceivable problem. I had to deal with kids that were traumatized, severely traumatized to the point that they could not learn. I had to deal with autism. I had to deal with learning disabilities, which I usually do on a regular basis. But these were just astronomical problems, and they were just thrown in our face. And I said, there's a breaking point for everyone. We can only take so much. So at least we got written into our union contract the fact that for 2019, 2020, it'll only be 1 to 750. That is the number of student population we're supposed to serve. Then it's going to go down to 1 to 700. But, it was untenable for schools. And the fact of the matter is that we're dealing with issues that we never had to deal with before. And I think that everybody says, oh my God, you worked in Oakland, that may be fine and dandy, but let me tell you this. The problems that exist in Oakland are a national problem. They're not simply for Oakland. They're not simply for West Contra Costa. It's a national problem. And it's about time that people pick up the coffee and drink it and look and see what's happening in our schools, because I deal every day with trauma. I deal with children that really can't learn because they've had to face walking through Mexico, trying to get to this country. They've experienced incredible violence. They have been raped. They've been brutalized. And they're still in this country, and these children are trying to learn in our schools. And this isn't just in West Contra Costa or Oakland. This is San Francisco. This is all over this entire state. So, I feel very passionate about this. And I feel that, our unions and our schools, our public schools, we definitely need to defend our public schools, because these charter schools are grabbing and taking away the very little tiny bit of money that we have. I mean, all my programs have been cut at my schools. The reading program is no longer in existence because we're being cut. And they're constantly trying to cut the funding for every little ounce of money we get in the public schools. So I just wanted to give my 2 cents worth. And as far as I was talking to Steve about the murals here in at George Washington High School. In Mexico, murals are used to teach people. Siqueiros, all of the famous Mexican painters, they painted murals to teach people the history of Mexico. That was how people learned. I'm very happy to hear that people are going to look at those George Washington murals to learn the history. And they're learning about it because they're looking at the mural. It's a work of art. It's a work of art. It's a piece of history. And to say that this has to be taken down because they don't feel that it's appropriate or they feel offended, well, you know what, I hate to say it, but history is offensive. History is brutal, and that's what you've got to look at. Okay, thank you.
So, even worse than covering up or tearing down that mural, the amount of money they're talking about. Tell me you can't go to Ace Hardware and buy a can of paint for less than $800,000.
Well, this kind of typifies the crisis in education, because in the city of San Francisco, with all the murals that we have, Coit Tower, the Lincoln Annex, Refugee murals, you would think that the Board of Education members and the superintendent would really understand the importance of murals. I mean, this superintendent, Vincent Matthews, grew up in San Francisco. So the question is, why would they not know that a decision to destroy these murals would bring not just a local backlash, but a backlash nationally and internationally? I mean, destroying murals in San Francisco? So it shows there's a disconnect. It shows that we have people in the Board of Education, we have superintendents who don't give a damn about the history, frankly, who don't even understand the murals. And I think actually, though, it's been very positive. We had a meeting here about a week and a half ago on the murals, and a couple of hundred people. And The supporters of destroying murals tried to disrupt the meeting, tried to break up the meeting. They went to the front and they started yelling genocide, and we prevented them just completely destroying the meeting. But one of them stayed, and then she was listening, and at the end of the meeting, she said, when she got up to speak, and we let everyone speak during question and answers, she said, I learned a lot about the mural today. So it raises the question, if you call for the destruction of something, why wouldn't you learn about what it is that you're calling for the destruction of? I would say that that's a basic education problem, disconnect. For people, whether you agree or disagree with them, if you're going to call for the destruction of something, wouldn't you want to know the actual history of what you're talking about destroying? They themselves do not know the history. But it's not just them. The superintendent and the Board of Education thought they could do this without any kind of backlash. Now, we are organizing, there's going to be an initiative on the ballot in March for the people of San Francisco against destroying murals, and probably it's going to pass by overwhelming numbers. And also, the next school board meeting is going to be on August the 13th, Tuesday, August the 13th. We're going to be having a press conference at 5 o'clock. Because what we said earlier is the case, and that is while they're talking about spending $600,000 to destroy the mural, they're also harassing and terrorizing teachers through the PAR program. They're also allowing co-location with the Malcolm X School, with the KIPP School, run by Doris Fisher of the Gap family. So there's behind the mural diversion, really, the real attacks on public education are going forward in San Francisco and every other district in California. And that's something that is critical to understand. It's not just the mural. The mural is emblematic of what the problem is as far as the lack of education. One of the proposals we made at the school board meeting is that instead of spending $600,000 on the mural destruction, that they build a Native American Cultural History Center on the campus. And they have regular classes, and they have a requirement for the San Francisco Unified School District that all students have to do a walkthrough and education day of that mural. That could be a center for murals around the world, people coming to San Francisco and getting educated about murals. And as Jocelyn said, in Mexico, they take the children to the murals for classes. The question is, if in Mexico they take the children to the murals, why in the United States and San Francisco today do they want to destroy the murals? Because they say they're traumatic. I mean, that's a real question. I think the children of Mexico can handle the murals, and so can the children of San Francisco. But these aren't even children. These are high school students. So our next, are there any questions of Jocelyn on the Oakland strike? Maybe could you talk a bit about charters in Oakland? If you want, Jocelyn?
Well, all I was going to say.
Can you come up?
No, I just was going to just make a little comment about it. Because this is Defend Public Education Now, I just want you to know that all of the students that I have that I'm dealing with, when they go and apply to charter schools will not take a lot of special education students because they're, quote, too many problems for them. They don't want to have these students that go to special day classes. They don't want the behavior issues. They want a homogenized group of students that fit their standards. So a lot of them will simply not take a lot of our special ed kids.
But I thought charter schools were required to select their students by lottery at random?
No.
Well, they do. They choose their students lottery at random. But if they find out that the kid is, quote unquote, he needs a specialized form of education, they're a lot less hesitant to take them in. And I know that a lot of the kids that we have, because they require special services and they require specialized teachers, the charter schools, that's a lot more money they've got to pay, and they're not willing to really necessarily do that.
And I think it's also important to point out that the lottery system itself is a filter, because you have to enter the lottery in the first place, and so that requires an educationally interested parent just to enter the lottery. So there are some set of parents who never enter the lottery, and those are the students who go to public school. So just the application process itself is a filter and a selector.
Right.
Can I ask another question real quick?
Yeah.
So I'm curious, how many more people are there like you on the OEA executive board that are, for lack of a better word, more of the anti-establishment type? And what hopes and focus do you think is coming up for Oakland Unified, or sorry, OEA, to deal with all the closures and the charters and all the terrible things that are kind of coming up for actually both of our districts?
Well, I wanted to say that as far as the Oakland Unified School District, the school board is majority road executive trained personnel that are on there. We do have one person who is very pro-public education, and she has been coming out and she was very supportive during the strike. We only have one person that is really pro-public education. The vast majority of them are with the charter school people. As a matter of fact, during the strike, there's one person in particular that is up for, I think they're going to have a runoff election, and that is Mark Ercood. He was running for secretary, I believe, for the union, and what's happening is that there's a runoff between, the voting was very, very close when we just recently had the elections in the spring. So there's going to be a runoff for him because he was the one who, on the day when they announced the tentative agreement, he yelled out to everybody as we encircled La Escuelita in 2nd Avenue in Oakland. He said, "Hold the strike, hold the strike." Because at that moment, the school board members were in a meeting, supposedly arbitrating and deciding on how many issues we were actually going to get for the tentative agreement. When one of the school board members left the meeting, she had hired a bodyguard. She was so afraid of the teachers. The teachers had become at that point such a powerful factor because this was everybody in the union, everybody in the district was marching. She had her bodyguard come out of the meeting first, and some took video cameras of actually the school board member grabbing a kindergarten teacher by the neck. She filed a lawsuit against her, and it was on tape. It was videotaped of this. So what I'm telling you is that I think when a large group of people are vociferously asking for change, most of the school board members feel very threatened. And to the point that this one particular school board member felt the necessity to hire a bodyguard, which we found really pretty absurd. But I think that the 2020, they're up for re-election. The school board is in 2020. So we're hoping, the union is hoping to elect people that will actually represent the teachers and the workers and school psychologists and everybody who works in Oakland, hopefully in the 2020 elections. Because I think as a result of the strike, we showed how, openly defiant we are against the Oakland School Board as it stands right now. Right. Yeah.
Gosney. And the other important struggle that has gone on in the state as far as the strikes and teacher strikes was in Los Angeles, which is one of the largest school districts in the country, one of the largest school districts in the country. And as we discussed earlier in our program, thousands of teachers have been unfairly removed from their positions and put in jails in Los Angeles. And PAR has been used as well in Los Angeles to target senior teachers particularly. And so this is a statewide issue, and this program PAR is something that we are going to shut down statewide because of its reactionary, discriminatory character. So our next speaker is Maria Guadalupe. Maria Qualique, and she's with the UTLA Educators Due Process Advocacy Committee and has been involved in a struggle to defend public teachers, including yourself, in the Los Angeles Unified School District. So welcome, Maria.
Thank you. First, I want to say that I'm very proud to say that I was fired. I'm very proud because I used to be so ashamed. I'm one of those senior veteran teachers that was attacked in the classroom. This is how this all started. And then I didn't know my rights when this was happening to me. And then I realized it was happening to other people. So what's happening, I think, since the Vergara people, this is a big political issue, and it comes down from the state. I went to the partnership school, and if you don't know what that is, that's what Antonio Villagroso and all the privatizers, they invested a lot of money in these schools, and they wanted to control the school board. And this is like back in 2007-8. Well, they were not successful because he wanted to take the governor, he wanted the mayor's office to take over the school district, the board and choosing schools, and they didn't get that. But they did get a concession, which is called school choice. And school choice said that parents can choose different schools, you have different models. And one of them was the partnership model. That's the one that was led by the CO Marshall Tuck, who ran for superintendent. Anyway, so he was in my classroom. So I got involved in this experimental school, and I was complaining a lot. But yet I was a veteran teacher. I had, my 30 years. Yet all of a sudden they were in my room telling me I was a terrible teacher. I know that's a personal thing, but then I realized that it was much bigger. I actually, how do I explain this? This is like, it was a very well orchestrated plan to get rid of veteran teachers in LA. After the Miramonte, you guys know about the Miramonte case, the case where Mark Burnett, the cookies and the semen was in the news, and it changed the laws, teacher dismissal laws. And people don't really, that was like a pivotal point, because prior to that, yes, they were harassing veteran teachers, but not with the help of the general counsel, not with the help of special extra personnel. And AB 215 was a legislation that was pushed to dismiss teachers and change the process. And in that process, a lot of teachers lost their rights or the time frame in which they could defend themselves, and the schools were working full force. This legislation was also passed by, who supported this bill? CTA and all the same people who supported the Vergara, the act, who was the organization? I heard something, well, you can see the funding came from the pro-charter people. And they also, the same people who were trying to get rid of seniority. So as the story goes, more and more teachers are getting attacked. But AB 215 allowed the school district to fund a special office. Now we can just have peer assistance and review, right, if you got below standards. Now we had an office where personnel were coming into your classroom. They actually created an office called the Certificated Support Evaluation Personnel, and they were there to assist. They came with the principal with their iPads, and they would come in your classroom. You knew they were up to something, and they were just writing everything down and scripting the kids and putting their iPads right next to the kid's face, and all of a sudden you just knew that something was sinister about this, and it seemed wrong. But then when you called our union told us, you know what, they have a right to do that, because it's in the law. The principal has a concern. But before the law, the principal would come in on their own. But now they have extra help. So what this law allowed them to do was to create a whole office, and their whole job was just to write up veteran teachers. The majority of the teachers being dismissed or put in teacher jail are 55 or close to 55 or about to, because LA Unified, we're really lucky in the sense that our union voted for lifetime health care benefits. And that package is worth $250,000. But if they can fire you, if you get dismissed, if you resign, it's denied to you. So teachers don't know this, so they're under this duress. People are coming in the room, they're getting the worst evaluations they've ever gotten in their whole life, and they know something's happening, but they have no one to go to, because every time you call our union, they say, well, they have a right to do that. And our union area reps started to change their roles. Their roles were no longer, I'm there to assist you, let me tell you what's going on, these are your rights, this is what happens, nothing. They were like, you know, just call us, just pull anybody, you can chop your chair, you can have anybody, as long as they're not a member to represent you. And no one really knew the contract. And so I know this sounds terrible because I'm still a union supporter, and what I say, what's happening is we've got a whole group of veteran teachers that are stuck between a rock and a hard place. And one is our union is telling us, with this last union leadership, is telling us, don't criticize us, everything's okay, and then we feel like we're being ignored. They're not addressing the crisis. The veteran teachers are being attacked. They're being forced to resign. They're working under horrible conditions, incredible conditions, and with the PARs and the observers and the notes and the constant harassment, which is really what it is, workplace harassment. And then we have the anti-charter people coming in and telling us, the pro-charter people telling us, you know what, you don't have to pay your dues. And the union doesn't represent you and don't pay your dues, right? So Janice passed. So we have two fronts here. We have people saying, don't even be a union member, forget it, give it up. And then we have another group that's saying, you're kind of on your own right now. And our union, UTLA, has kind of taken a different agenda. They become more political organizers. Our area reps have organized for different causes, which is fine, it's great, we like that, I like that. But they've taken the same personnel that used to represent teachers, and now they're using that personnel for political issues. And that's okay, but nobody's representing the teachers. What it comes down to, you call the union, and they say, I'm sorry, I can't help you. The district already has enough data on you. You just resign. Just give it up. And this is unheard of. And so what I'm saying is, this has to be a balance. So we created a committee at UTLA about, I think Dr. Miramonte, they called the Justly House Teachers, which teachers are removed from the classroom for frivolous things. And they wanted to expedite egregious charges because AB 215 said you could get rid of somebody and after dismissal in 30 days they have to have a hearing. No, not 30 days, it's 90 days. 90 days their trial should be set. You can still appeal your dismissal. And anyway, so they wanted to expedite those. But a lot of those charges are bogus. We have teachers who have lost their jobs because somebody gave them a Ricola. And then somebody said, well, that was NyQuil. Well, how do you give NyQuil to a kid in school, 5th grade? And with natural, so they trump up all these false charges. There's another crazy one where they say a teacher accidentally hit a kid with a pool noodle, and they're called egregious charges. And there's nothing that follow what was called the Morrison standard, which they use in the court to decide, were you a sexual pervert, were you drunk, were you an addict, were you unfit, all the things that are harmful to children. None of those. They're really silly things. Well, why am I saying this? Because teachers have piles and piles of paper that principals and the certificate office of personnel have come to use as charges against you. And they're frivolous, but it would take a long time to defend those. As a teacher and a union member, I still believe in the union, but there's something we really have to do. Pay those union dues, but we need to really watch our union and make it stronger, change the leadership, and we need to organize within our union. Because if we don't organize within our union, it's just going to run amok the way it is right now. So that's a pretty big thing. So gonna need parent support, community support, but we also need to go out and all come to the same agreement. Like, so my committee used to be ignored, but then we realized that this is more about due process. And nobody at UTLA wanted to join our committee because they thought we were like the Mark Burnett's, all the teachers in trouble. Because a lot of the members were in teacher jail, and then some were disciplined, some were dismissed, some appealed their dismissals to the CTC, and some won their cases, some went back. So there's a variety of people that are in this situation. So we actually realized we wanted to educate people, and so we changed the name of the committee to something that was a little more mainstream, but kind of implied that we were in trouble. And we called it the Educator Due Process Advocacy Committee, because we were all starting to go, hey, we're not getting our due process. There's not enough time to defend ourselves. As public employees, there's not enough time to even know what's going on. A lot of the teachers, teachers work really hard all day long, and then they get a dismissal paper maybe in May, and then they get a skelly in less than a week. Well, 6 days is not enough time to defend your career. And so a lot of people say LA Unified says it doesn't matter what you give them, what evidence, who you have, they're going to rubber stamp it and send it to the school board. But one of the biggest problems we have at LA Unified is that the school board votes to dismiss you without looking at your charges, but they're saying you're going to get your due process at the Office of Administrative Hearing. From my understanding, not many school districts go to the administrative office. It's a small, what do you call it, the Office of Administrative Hearings, so people with credentials, like lawyers, doctors, any public employee who has a right to defend their job. Well, teachers normally, these things get looked up by the school board. And there's a lot of issues about the Brown Act violation that are going on at LA Unified. People are not being informed of when they're voting for their dismissal. They're not being told their rights, they get the right to appear, or the right to even say they don't want to go to OH. So people don't even know their rights. And then we brought it up to UTLA. Well, who's to tell them this? And they're saying, well, a lawyer's supposed to tell them. And I go, in this day and age, we really need to be proactive, and we're recommending these classes for teachers so they would learn their rights. So there's a lot of things going on here at LA Unified and LAUSD and with UTLA. There's a faction that does not like union power right now because they've ignored our needs. Then we're moving with our group with, we're not trying to go in-house and just vote on motions. We actually want our union, Al Caputo, to say there is a serious crisis of removing veteran teachers. And they just ignore it. But when you get hundreds of teachers are being dismissed a year, and they're isolated, some have committed suicide. And I know it sounds like I'm jumping around, but there's so many topics here when it comes to teacher abuse and how they go about it. They can accuse you of being a bad, unsatisfactory service, crimes, false crimes with no evidence, withholding evidence. Teachers get put in teacher jail and they don't even get to know what those charges are until they're dismissed. There was one teacher who said he didn't even know who his accusers were or the evidence until he got a report from the CTC when he had to defend his credential. So this withholding of information, I mean, that just seems so unconstitutional, and that's what's going on in our district. So one of the things we're looking at is having the union, of course, we're going to organize for making sure that the union recognizes this issue and that we start providing some kind of workshops on teacher dismissal so teachers know where they stand. We also want teachers to know what the Brown Act is about, a Scully, what leaves, what are medical leaves, how do they affect your health care, your CalSTRS time, calculating. There's a lot of things we need to do to defend our livelihood, and it's not really happening at UTLA. Right now, if you were to go there right now, they'll probably have a workshop on, community organizing, showing parents how, to speak up at councils or, joining the PTA, or how to voice an charter co-location, which is great, that's all good. But we're feeling like they're not addressing that and needs of certain teachers right now at all. And that's where this gets kind of scary. Because a lot of union members were on the outside. Now technically I just retired because, like I said, I was asked to dismissed, and then of course I had to reach an agreement because they were going to blackmail me with what I've earned. And I earned a lifetime health care package and my CalSTRS and all my credentials. So of course you kind of get blackmailed into like, well, you know, if you lose this trial, you're going to lose everything, your credential, and they just blackmail you. Now, you know, I have a son who's going to college, so I had to decide, what the heck am I going to do? And so then I did sign those papers, and I kind of wish I didn't even know what they were. But when you sign a settlement agreement, it's like non-disclosed disclosures, but there's also a lot of things in there that are seen unconstitutional, like I can't step foot on campus. I'm not even a criminal. The only thing they asked me said that they didn't like the way I passed out papers, or I didn't state the standard correctly, or I did corrective feedback, or I failed to follow my lesson plan for the agenda on the board, or I, you know, just things that don't really matter at the end. It's how the kids learn. I didn't follow the script with Eureka Math. Even though my kids, you know, I was a grade level chair, and I shared things, and I've been a mentor teacher, and you know, so there's so many things that just inconsistent. And I even received a grant to be an I get my administrative credentials. So everything was going fine for me until I started in social media. I should not have, I know this is stupid of me, I just thought I had free speech. I guess I did, but I thought I could go on Twitter and say I didn't like Marshall Tuck, and I worked for the partnership. I thought I didn't like Antonio Villagrosa stating in front of children, oh, tell your parents about me because I'm going to be the next governor of California. And he tells these little kids, it was like, oh my gosh. Or you get the guy from Mercury Insurance there giving checks, and just, everybody's like, there's something really fishy, ugly about the partnership. They're always selling things. Oh, this is the next ST Math. This is Engage New York. This is, what are we doing? Reading A to Z. We're always buying all these packages of new curriculum, and somebody's profiting from them. And us teachers, like, we already know how to teach. You know, we've been teaching many, many years, and you're telling us that we have to use these materials. And we're like, how are we going to do this? How do we fit all these things into the school day? Also, you know, they're young, so we don't like kids on the computer all day. You know, kids used to be excited about computers, but now when you say, oh, you got to go do your ST Math, you got to do, what's the other, Lexia reading, whatever it is, they're like, I don't want to. Can I just, and this is the funny part, my kids are so great, can I just read a book? And I thought that was so funny. So my kids, so they just wanted to be a kid. And because, you know, and then you would get written up as a teacher because your kids didn't spend enough time. Oh, you know, this child's supposed to be on the computer for, you know, 3 hours this week, and, you know, what happened? I go, we had an assembly. You know, we had some kind of show or something happened, grade level meetings. And so, but that's another thing. So what we're really saying here is that we're kind of working isolated right now. I'm a retiree now, but I'm mentoring a new chair. We also have new people helping us. I did talk to Jackie Goldberg, the school board member, and I talked to her before the election, and I helped her in her campaign. I mentioned we really need to investigate the teacher dismissal process. Something does not seem right at all. There's something that kind of seems sinister. And then I ran into somebody else that I met, who's a professor. I won't name her because she wants to work privately, but she's working with me. And she's working with policy and research. I also met, and through this, as I've been going out and speaking and helping teachers at other schools, kind of as a coach or consultant as they're going through the dismissal process. I guess I'm doing what my area rep should have been doing all along for them. We're trying to figure out a plan, a gathering, not just data, but testimonials and so we can change policy and we can make that recommendation. And not just to Jackie Goldberg, but even actually getting involved in changing dismissal laws in California. Because people really need to amend or rewrite AB 215. Because it's not just hurting people with egregious charges. People, that's fine, get rid of the Mark Burnett, okay? In fact, that seems like a farce too, because LA Unified knew for 10 years parents were complaining about it. And yet, the people who are really paying for this are regular teachers, you know, who didn't do anything, who love their jobs, and who developed their own curriculum, but somehow are not towing the line, the nice corporate pro-charter, this profit as much as we can from each school budget. We're the ones who are usually who are out now. As I'm getting back, I know I was thinking about what am I going to say, and I wrote little things in the note, and now let me get back to where I was. So see, I have a little bit of ADHD. I mean, I guess, you know, it's hard for me to remember things because I would go from one place to the other. So I was saying, on one hand, we're trying to change policy within UTLA, within the school board, and any academics or people who help us on the outside, and we're trying to provide training and workshops for teachers so they know about what can happen to you if you get recommended for dismissal. Right now, there doesn't seem to be any labor classes or anything for public school teachers. And since I've been working with many teachers, and it's about 3 years now, I guess, we developed some materials for our teachers. A dismissal flow chart, what things to check off, check your secret credential, check your personnel record, estimate your CalSTRS, what your wages would be if you were to continue working, and to weigh your pros and cons and really look at the numbers, see where you are financially, because this can ruin you. Once you get dismissed, you can get a what we call group legal services attorney through CTA and UTLA, but the problem is this: they only take you to settle. Very few really want to fight for you. A lot of teachers say, well, can I do something before I get dismissed? And they're like, no, we won't even get an attorney until you're dismissed. And it's kind of like, you know, like the lawyers and third world cops. You come after all the bodies are down on the ground, and that's what's happening. You don't come as a paramedic to help the wounded. You come after they've been slaughtered to clean up and just, you know, send the bodies to the morgue, kind of, sort of. So we're trying to be like, we don't want that anymore. So teachers are learning certain things. You don't have to go to the Office of Administrative Hearings. You can actually let them fire you. You know, you could appeal a dismissal. You can ask for a right to a trial, and then you can actually go to Superior Court, because then I guess when we're talking, the preponderance of evidence is harder for the district. It's 51-49 at the Office of Administrative Hearings, but it's like 70-30 in Superior Court, and you have a jury. And it's going to cost more. The union will not pay for it, but that's the only way people can actually fight and actually get damages. Some people have been successful that way. It's very expensive, but some people don't know that these are choices. So we have some teachers who have done that. It's a long process, learning your rights. Why UTLA right now, some of our area reps, we have emails, we have a lot of evidence of area reps writing teachers and saying, you know what, I think you should just settle. The district is offering you a generous package. If you go now, you'll get X, Y, and Z. But what people don't know is that there are any egregious charges on your dismissal. They're going to send something to CTC anyways. And you're going to be fighting for credentials 2 to 3 years down the line anyways. And you're pretty much mud. I feel like I can't teach again because anybody feels so destroyed. A lot of teachers feel emotionally destroyed. We also want UTLA. We want to start to create a network of free resources for teachers, because when you're not getting a paycheck and that unemployment check is not cutting it, and you don't have enough money, you're gonna need mental health care. For number one, everybody comes in is very damaged. It's very hard to get up. It's taken me years, and I finally feel a little bit normal. I don't know, I finally feel like, hey, I'm back again. I'm not like oversaturated mentally. But we have some teachers that seem like they've been damaged forever. You know, the way they talk, lack of sleep, they're paranoid. There's a lot of things that happen when you're being bullied. And we need to create a network, I think, as unions to help these employees. And that's what, one of the reasons, it's not just group legal services, it's education about your due process, and it's also getting the people the correct mental health care and maybe workshops for teachers. So I don't know, I came late because I came from LA today because I drove this morning because it was a long week. We had a funeral. My mom passed away after 8 years of long-term care, and we had a funeral for her on Tuesday, and it just was like a whirlwind. But I knew I wanted to be here. I don't know all of you or where you're coming from, but I thought it was really important to meet people like yourselves and share our ideas of how we can make our union stronger, change policy, and not give up this union right. We're labor for labor, or sometimes we're free labor for labor, and a lot of us are volunteering. And the situation in LA Unified is still continuing. Teachers are being dismissed. The reason we started doing the workshops is because we were driving all over town to help teachers. I've been going to Rancho Cucamonga or Thousand Oaks or the beach. I've been going everywhere, and I'm like, people say, you just get a job. I go, well, I want to get a job, but this is like the core of me. What's right is right, and people are in distress, and I know how I felt, and I don't want anybody to feel like that. And you can't sleep or eat, or you're terrified. You go to your classroom, and you're like, with your kids, you're trying to be happy and give them just protect them from these, people, but it's really hard, So like I said, there's teacher jails, there's workplace bullying, but we need to learn our rights. Teachers don't know they have a right to appeal dismissal. They don't know they have a right to a paid suspension. They don't know they have a right to ask for more time for their Skelly, or they have a time for maybe even a Skelly review. LA Unified does not give a Skelly review, so they never tell you how they arrived at their decision. It's a very open. Then we're talking about corruption. To dismiss the teacher costs between $300,000 to $500,000. And I'm like, this is really corrupt, because if a teacher is struggling and they're maybe 3 years from retirement, if I was an administrator, and I have my paperwork, but I thought I would get them a full-time TA, so they can have somebody help them. That's $17,000 a year. Why spend, why not put that extra money and enrich your school, help that teacher who has having some needs a medical accommodations. There's some very simple things we can do. Instead of spending, what is that, like $50,000, or a little over, versus $500,000, and then it comes back to is there something corrupt going on at LA Unified? Why do we have so many lawyers, general counsel, people? Who's profiting from this? Somebody's making money from this teacher dismissal. And if you really look at it, if people do their homework at the very beginning, we can stop the process. The teacher needs assistance, if the teacher needs accommodations, if the teacher needs a leave. But the fact that they make false accusations and terrorize senior teachers who've given their career, it's awful. I didn't even have a retirement party because I thought I wasn't retired, but I thought, yeah, it feels ugly, it feels dirty. You just feel like, I love my job, and yet I couldn't even walk out with respect. And, but we have dignity, and, you know, I mean, I feel like this is why I need to do this. And so, we also created a Facebook page with a bunch of resources. That's how we started contacting people. But I think we need more resources. So the more people across the state, if we could get a hold of all the union leadership across the state, because I know they're going through the same process, we could just create a whole committee on teacher dismissal. Because I really think there's another teacher too who wants to meet with Tony Thurman on this issue. But I think we need to organize before we do that. And if we can have at least one, you know, somebody from every, you know, union in the state, that would be ideal. Because I know it's happening everywhere. How it's happening, we don't all know. Our teachers don't want to speak out. But if we do that, that's very powerful. And we bring up what we want him to do. In fact, I even gave him money for his campaign. I'm wondering, why did I do that? You know, one of my jokes is this: we wanted you because I actually met him because people were campaigning for him through UTLA and some other friends, and I'm like, he wanted to know all about the partnership because I knew Marshall personally in the room, what he wanted, what he said, and things that happened, and his campaign managers had called me, I want to know this, that, and then all of a sudden, what does he do? He appoints Ryan Smith. You know Ryan Smith? He worked for the Partnership Schools in Los Angeles. And he appointed him to the council when they, after, you know, the teachers asked for a moratorium on charter schools, the school board, of course, they didn't have the power to do that, so we're going to recommend it to our legislators. So they do that, but then what does Tony Thurman do? You know, he elects a pro-charter panel. They were outweighed. And who's on this panel? Ryan Smith. And I'm like, that's like, what was the point of that? We should just vote for Marshall Tuck. It would have, the same thing would have happened. So it's kind of like uncomfortable when the Democrats and our candidates are not really looking at real teacher issues. It's uncomfortable when Bernie Sanders came to the leadership. I didn't get to go to the conference. I didn't really hear the whole speech. But I know he came. And I did see Alice Orozco, vice president of our union state, that, oh, yeah, I want to welcome, you know, Bernie Sanders. He came to the leadership. And then he said, oh, by the way, I want to say this is not an endorsement. And the whole room just went quiet. But what do you mean it's not an endorsement? And then later on we find out that Bernie Sanders requested to speak there. So if he requested to speak there, then that means he knows there's something. I'm thinking, because, you know, he must know there's something fishy going on, you know, because we know that, yes, they want to unionize certain charter schools, but UTLA, back 2009, I think Randy Weingarten went to our leadership conference and was stating with Duffy, you know, rest in peace, you know, you guys know our union leader passed away, and I forgot his first name. I don't know why his first name's right blanking now. Mr. Duffy passed away just recently. But they got on stage, and they were kind of like, well, you know, charters are coming and everything, but you know what? We're going to take this stance. If you can't beat them, join them. That beat them and join them is two different things, because you brought them in, and now you're fighting them, you know, 10 years later. You know, they're the ones who, you know, they, you know, how do I say it? They opened that Pandora box, and we really need to question them on those issues. And that's what I intend to do. We also started outside, because we're retiring, you know, as utility members. Some of us are working on these policies and things within the House, and we're getting chapter chairs and different people to look at this. The big election is coming up, so we really need a candidate that's going to be pro-member. What was the other comment I was going to say? No, I lost my thought again. No, this is like, maybe I should, yeah. This is showing my thing. We really need to get a candidate as a pro-teacher. And then, where was I, you guys? I don't hear, I'm thinking you guys are here all day long, huh? Yeah. So, we want a candidate as pro-teacher, and I'm okay for the organizing, but use PACE money for that, maybe make an organization. So there's some recommendations we might do UTLA, but we want our reps to be our reps. Oh, talk about House more things. House divided, leadership conference, something else I learned was really interesting. Our UTLA staff members are wanting the teachers to support them because they're going to cut their benefits, and they're going to cut their benefits and certain things. And we're like, wait a minute, that's crazy. If the area reps, the staff is upset within the union, then we really have some serious problems there that need to be addressed. And I think this all kind of is part of this bullying. I think it was meant to unravel. It was somebody's plan for it to unravel. It just didn't happen consequently. It happened with a purpose. So that's why I'm here to share that. And I know some of you have to go because I've been talking, but if you want, I'll give you my name, and if you have any ideas for me that I can use to help the teachers or resources, or if you know PAR well and want to teach teachers what their rights are through the PAR process, we created what's called the, this is where I was getting at. If we can't work within UTLA, we're going to work outside UTLA, and we created with something called the Los Angeles Labor Group. And we're there to help teachers when their union cannot answer their questions. And that's kind of where we're at. But we need to demand that our union do that they do answer their questions. But in the meantime, we want to catch these people who need our help. And then by providing education, so I'm not driving all over town, and our other members aren't driving all, helping teachers one-to-one. We want teachers to know everything they need to know about how to protect their profession. Not just movements and organizations, how to protect your own profession, yourself, first your individual. Like that, what's that thing? Maslow's laws of, it's really the union right now seems like it's working on top of the pyramid, and we need to start working on the bottom. We really lost that understanding where we are with that. So self-care, and that's where I'm at right now. So I want to thank you guys. I know it's about time. Yeah. We're moving. Oh yeah. So what I wanted to say is we're no longer a committee, we've become a movement. Okay, so we are the Educator Due Process Committee, but we're also LA Labor Group, and we're there for educators.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria.
Okay, thank you.
And we really appreciate the long trip that you and your friend came to San Francisco, because people need to know what's going on in Los Angeles and the lessons you've had in defending the teachers and their struggle. Are there any comments or questions? What? Yes.
Yeah, can you explain a little to me there was a LA teacher movement maybe about 2007 or 8, maybe it was 2010 or 11, something like that. And what you're describing is they all moved up into a political realm, and that left you behind as regular teachers not being able to get services from the union that you needed help with. And what time period was that? Because there was a really good movement in LA going on, and I know that it kind of dwindled and died out about 2004.
Well, I've been
around.
Right. I was an employee of LA Unified for 30 and a half years, so I was a chapter chair during those years. It was of John Duffy. I think that it happened when school choice came in. Somewhere along the line, it was Duffy came, and then Warren Fletcher came as a union leader, and I think people were telling me that's when there was some division within the union. The union started running on slates, like union power, different things. And I think that's kind of when it happened. You vote all one way or the other way, and then you didn't really have a chance to question their positions. Or they would have board of director meetings. Certain meetings would be closed to members, and some people were complaining that there was a lack of transparency within the union. There was also issues on how we vote in the House of Reps. There's still use the card system, and everybody was saying, well, why can't we just use this technology system? You know, and there's all of these issues about how there was a shift in power, and teachers and members and chapter chairs got less training on how to defend teachers. So I do think it has been the last, 2 terms, I think last 8 years, I'm thinking. I'm not saying that, I think there's a lot of good that came out of our struggle and the strike. But I also think that a lot of teachers feel in LA Unified that it ended too quickly. Just as we got momentum, we're getting other unions to join us, like the nurses and the fire department, and we were out in the rain there. I think people were disappointed that they settled within, we heard that they had settled in the morning, that they were up in the wee hours. There was some real concern that politicians were involved at the bargaining table, like Eric Garcetti, and his wife has ties to Brutner. It's like, wait a minute, that's not who are the negotiators? And why did they bring these politicians to the table? And why was the decision made overnight? And when people are tired and under duress. So a lot of people were upset too because we didn't get to read what they signed. So I think it was raining. They announced an agreement at 10 a.m. Then we were told, you need to vote for this contract at school sites between, I think, 3 and 6. And then it was like a blind vote. And we're like, well, wait a minute. We didn't even get a copy of this. We didn't get a fine. And a lot of teachers were just tired of the strike. They signed. They trusted their union. Oh, we got a good deal on this and that and that. But a lot of us teachers who, we're old school and we're like reading all the details and go, what about these perp charges? They dropped 6 perp charges? What were those about? And the teachers are signing away. And some of these were really valid perp charges. Of course, some were about, our superintendent, Austin Butner, speaking as a negotiator, disclosing things and trying to bargain on live TV, those things. But some of them were more concerned to the teachers. It was about, teachers being, what was the word? Unfairly, how do you say? It had to do with these things that we're talking about, teacher jail, and it had to do with unfair dismissal, teachers' rights being violated, and those were dropped. So I can't get to the specific numbers, but that's what we're saying about the lack of transparency, the way things were done in a rapid way, and people, even right now, are very concerned because there's supposed to be no retributions or no retaliation, and that's exactly what happened. A lot of the subs had when you get your continuous pay, and they broke that service, and so then they said you don't get that bonus. Or they were teachers, they were half-time, and they took the days off, and they said, well, next year you have to work full-time. So a lot of things happened, and they acted like it was business as usual. They counted those strike days as if you were just absent, and that's not exactly what our concept of no retaliation, so that was a little bit of a mess. There's a lot of little things that are I don't know how to say it, uncomfortable for us. But we're not going to give up being union members, of course. But that's what
I was going to add one point about the union leadership bureaucracy supporting charter schools, because Randy Weingarten, who's the president of the AFT, actually helped support Green Dot Los Angeles. She had a partnership with Green Dot Charter Schools in Los Angeles. And guess who was head of the Green Dot Charter Schools in Los Angeles? Tucker. Tuck. Marshall Tuck. So here the union president helps bring in a charter school chain to Los Angeles. How could that be? Except you accept privatization. You're pushing privatization. If you push charter schools, you're pushing privatization. So we have the union leadership, including the UTLA leadership, that are pushing privatization. As I understand it, there are charter school operators on the board of the UTLA. See, you have a conflict of interest, but when you set up a two-tier school system, where you have what they call a light contract at the Green Dot schools with a regular public school contract, you're setting up a double two-tier system, which is used by management to weaken the teachers' system, the protection of teachers and the benefits. That's exactly what is happening with the acceptance of the charters by the UTLA, the CTA, and the CFT leadership, and the national leaderships. In fact, at the last NEA convention, there was no debate about a national campaign for a moratorium on charters. So here, charters were just West Virginia Republicans, in punishment of the West Virginia teachers who went on strike, passed a bill bringing in charters in West Virginia. Well, you would think that the National EA Convention would say, we're going to fight this nationally. No, no. So in my view, in our view, it's a one-sided class war. They're fighting the war against us, and they're winning. Charters are continuing to grow in California. And the CTA had this rally, which they did not mobilize for in Sacramento. They had about 2,000 or 3,000 people. They had 325,000 members. I understand they didn't even campaign in Los Angeles to get a large delegation. They go up to Sacramento to demand the legislature pass these reforms for more transparency in the charter schools, and they couldn't even get that. They couldn't get these legislators that they put in office and the governor to pass this legislation. The governor personally intervened to water down the charter transparency laws. So this is the union that spent all this money, resources on Governor Newsom, and then he waters down their reform charter transparency law. It's the political bankruptcy, really, of the CTA and the CFT leadership. They're politically bankrupt because they've got nothing to show for all the things that they've done. If you can't even get a minor reforms, which I don't think are going to solve the cancer, we've got cancer going, you're not going to be able to really confront the issue. And that's why we are for repealing the charter school law to eliminate all public funding in privately run schools. That's the only way to cut the head of the snake off, which is destroying public education. Last point, another issue with the pension fund, and this is a serious issue. The charter schools are not paying as public schools into the pension fund. So CalSTRS is underfunded. So what they're telling the teachers now is you're not going to get a pay increase, your money has to go into the pension fund because it's underfunded. Well, again, you have all these billionaires in California. You have all this wealth in California, and they're cutting the pay of the teachers? This is what they're saying. And the CTA and CFT are not fighting the charters on the fact that they're not paying into the teachers' pension fund. Why is that? The charters are against public pensions. Caliber School in West Contra Costa County voted, they said, with the agreement of the West Contra Costa School Board to go to a 401k. Now these teachers have a high turnover in charter schools, more than in public schools. What does that mean? It means that they lose the money. They lose their 401k money in a lot of cases. And the owners of these charters get that money. It's another grab, financial grab by the charter school industry. So we're talking about attacks on all angles, all sides, a full-scale attack by the billionaires, by the corporations, and by the Democratic Party. So that is something that we're up against and why it's very difficult. And as Marie said, trying to organize an individual teacher, trying to survive this onslaught, the harassment, the bullying, the fact you can't get any action from your union, can't even get information, it drives teachers crazy. That's why teachers have committed suicide in California. And frankly, their blood is on the hands of this union leadership. There is no campaign against workplace bullying in California in the schools. There's no statewide campaign against workplace bullying in schools. By the CTA. There's no campaign against co-location, linking up all the co-location struggles. In fact, I went to a co-location fight in Los Angeles. UTLA is not to be found. They could organize and have a list of all the co-locations statewide and be fighting it statewide and educating people and bringing people together to fight the co-locations. That is what a union is, a real union. And I think that that's the problem. We don't have real unions. We have people that are collecting money and saying that they're a union, but when it comes down to protecting teachers, and the same thing happens with the SEIU. The SEIU is spending money, Fight for 15 or this other thing or other campaign. Their own members are getting screwed. Their own members are losing their jobs. Their own members are getting bullied. But they don't seem to have the wherewithal to defend their own members. If you can't defend your own members, how are you going to defend anybody else? That's a real question. If you can't fight for your own members, how are you going to defend anyone else?
Right, and I agree with you, and I think the union leadership they had, I asked if I could do some workshops at the UTLA leadership, and I was told by, I think, one of them, Cecile, Mary Cruz, I guess she's the one who's going to run to be the next union power candidate as president in the next election. She told me, I'm sorry, that doesn't fit into our theme. Our theme is public schools, or get our schools back, or defend public schools, or something like that. Similar to what we're trying to do, but they're not really trying to do that. Anyways, and I said, well, you can't have public schools without public school teachers. And she just like ignored me. But then I'm like, I was a little like put off because they did that the year before. We wanted to do a workshop too on teachers' rights during a dismissal procedure, what you can and cannot do and things. And I was told, oh no, this doesn't fit our theme. They threw out our program again. And they said, oh, well, it doesn't fit with their theme. We're talking about preparing for a strike. So the whole leadership conference the year before. So it seems that our union has an agenda, and you can't rock that boat. If you don't fit, your one little piece doesn't fit in there, you don't have a voice. Well, I think we need to get that back, and our theme should be take our union back. And that's it, not just at public schools. We'll start, take our union back, then we can get our schools back. And that's the only way it's going to work. And I also had a problem with membership. We don't even know who all our utility members are. I asked if, is there a database? A lot of teachers, when they get dismissed, they get reinstated, then they pay back their, they get their dues deducted for, back, they go back whatever months they were not paid. And yet, there's really no system. And I'm like, that's crazy. We pay so much money to the union. Why don't we have a database of our membership? And why are we even more, if we really cared, why not have, I campaigned for Jackie Goldberg, and we were canvassing, and then there was this great program, and it tells you how everybody voted, who to knock, what door, and it had these little pins of all these communities. And I'm going, oh my gosh, we could easily do that with our schools. How many senior teachers, not personal information, but just data. How many senior teachers, how many older teachers, how many teachers are getting suspended, how many teachers. We have those stats. Now we can see where they're really targeting the teachers. There's so many little things that we can do just using, some programming. Somebody knows how to do that. But then you have to get into they have to help us, That's a big problem. There's also a problem with not just the charters and the co-location, but I agree with you. If there's something sinister happening, but I think what the union is doing right now is, yes, it's nice, and yes, they did get everybody out in the rain, but I think that the teachers kind of trusted their union. And they were out there because they believed in their union. And then when they came back, they were like, well, what happened? We were offered the same 6%. And I guess nobody wants to be, seem ungrateful. But they paid a lot. And also, it was the teachers who changed the momentum of that strike. They're the ones who started saying no to charter schools, not just no to a moratorium. It was no to charter schools. We want more transparency. And I don't even think that was Alice Caputo's message. The teachers changed the message. So I think there is a disconnect between the membership and their idealism. And you just gotta love elementary school teachers. Their heart is so big. They can even see the good in front of, in a wolf, but not that he's a wolf, because I don't know him personally. I'm sure he has, anyways, doesn't matter. The whole point is that we see good and bad sometimes. We gotta stop doing that. We really do.
I just have one short question.
Yes.
In Los Angeles, what are the accommodations for children who are undocumented or homeless? Are there any ways that these children are able to go to
to a school?
Currently, yes, they do have a homeless program right now.
Thank you.
And they do have different services. I know some have been cut. They were going to cut some. That's not my specialty,
Okay,
but
thank
you
you.
know.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, well, I think we've had a long day,
Right.
and I think we're going to wrap it up now, so. A question? Do you have a question?
I come from education family. My stepmother, Beatrice Goodman, taught parent-child education at San Francisco State and worked at various co-op nursery schools. The parents include Willie and Blanche Brown and their children. My ex-wife currently works, she's 5 years older than me, so she's like 72, 73. She works as a para at John O'Connell High School, working with autistic children. And I had my 3 years of teaching experience in preschool in LA, first at a Montessori school, then at the Los Angeles City College Child Development Center, and then again at helping to found under CETA program, church preschool at the First Congregational Church of Christian Fellowship. I feel very sympathetic as a former teacher and family, and coming from an education family, when I read the news reports and hear the press statements about the way teachers are being treated, teachers being labeled as being lazy, not doing their jobs, et cetera, charter schools are coming in. I'm a product of San Francisco Public Schools, Hillcrest Elementary, Portland Junior High School, and Woodrow Wilson High School. And I feel I got a fine education and had a beautiful rapport with all my teachers. I would like someone to take I came here very late, I'm sorry about that. I was up all night trying to sell flowers. I'd like someone to take my name. I'm very old-fashioned. I don't do computers. I need something on a piece of paper, in writing, in the mail, or a telephone call. If someone could take my address and phone number, I'd be more than happy when the teachers union gets involved in something.
We're going to be having a rally on Monday for Margaret Reyes, who was a teacher who was fired because she would not go through the PAR program.
She would not go through the what?
PAR program, Peer Assisted Review. So she's having a court hearing on Monday, and we're going to be having a rally at 400 McAllister Street at 8:30, a press conference to protest her 8:30 a.m. at 400 McAllister, next to the City Hall, McAllister and Polk. And we're asking people to show up, and also following the press conference, we're going to be going into the hearing with the judge, because the district is spending thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of dollars firing Margaret Reyes, and they fired her on trumped up charges. They fired her on false information, and she has been unable to get a lawyer, as many teachers are unable to get lawyers, and the union is not making it an issue. They're not fighting PAR because the union is in San Francisco accepts PAR and supports PAR. They're saying PAR is doing good work. So this is a problem when the union itself, leadership, support a program which is actually discriminatory. Now, one thing that could happen is we should demand that the CTA sue for the discriminatory use of PAR. PAR is targeting senior teachers, and Brian Crowell showed that. The statistics and evidence showed that. They could be sued in the state of California for being a discriminatory program. If they're targeting senior teachers, African American, Latino teachers, they can be sued. That's something the union can do. But the union has embedded itself with management in supporting this PAR program. And that's a major issue. If the union is in bed with management instituting a reactionary program, then you have to expose that. And that's part of what we're doing. And that means defending people like Margaret Reyes and other teachers. And you've been involved yourself in it.
Yes, I've met Margaret Reyes.
Yeah.
I'd be more than happy to get your name and send you what information I have, but I live in, I'm in LA County, even though I'm visiting. But the PART program is outdated. A lot of people don't know that Antonio Villagrosa worked for UTLA, and that's how he got his political career started. He used teachers, and he was part of creating PAR. Now it's outdated. If you go back to the when he was there, I think 70s, 80s, that's a long time. Education has changed. Why has not the PAR program been revamped? We have different needs now. So how can that program even, keep up? How is it even kept up with the times? So that's another reason it's inadequate. It's also inadequate, a lot of teachers are saying, because they're given PAR goals, but then the PAR teacher meets with you during your duty-free time, before school, recess, lunch. You're the first school teacher at the school, the last car in that parking lot. And I've seen many teachers leave their schools 6, 7 o'clock, and then they're exhausted. We've also learned that anytime there's an observer in a class, it kind of changes the working conditions. And then that goes to our weight guard ranks. And this is really opening up another can of worms. You have a right to a union representative, you're going to might be disciplined, but also you have a right to refuse something if it's going to change your working conditions. So I never saw that part, and that's really what we need to think. When they have those second observers and they're harassing you and you're having longer hours and this and that, that's another reason why it should be thrown out. And then there's also part about what's called the right to defend yourself. PAR is an unfair program because when you finish it, they shred all their notes. And I go, well, that doesn't help. So I used to meet my PAR counselor, and she would tell me about my lesson. Of course, it was around 3 o'clock. We're talking 4 o'clock. By the time she leaves, I still have work to do in my room. But then she said, did you read the notes? And I read some of it. And then I don't get a copy. I'm exhausted. So of course, my mind can only saturate what she wrote. They use those notes that she wrote, the PAR program, and they submit this to the PAR board, and that's how they vote, whether you met your goals or not. And that seems very unfair, because why can't I take those notes home and study them? And then, next time she comes, if I really was a terrible teacher. So it seems like a farce, because, my kids are learning, they're doing well, the parents are complaining, teachers are asking me for lesson plans, administrators are asking me for advice. I presented a PD, and yet I'm in PAR. It's very contradictory. And one more thing about PAR I was going to say, I forgot what it was. Oh, scripting. People have not really gone into the research. How do the PAR teachers script? Because there's different methods of scripting, student dialogue, teacher dialogue, and they all have a different objective. And if we look at the research on scripting, we can actually see that these PAR coaches are not even trained in the correct manner of scripting. And then they use these things to make a decision on teachers' career. So I think we need to take it all apart.
Okay, thank you, Maria. We're gonna,
I was saying, how do they choose people to go into this PAR program?
The administration chooses.
How do they choose? What are their criteria?
Well, obviously, their criteria, they say, is to improve the teacher. But as we've pointed out today, they go after senior teachers, African American Latino teachers, and union dissidents. That's how it's being used in San Francisco.
So if you get a below standards evaluation, or let's say principal didn't like something you said and said it was unprofessional comment, and you get suspended for that comment, even if you appeal it, because she served you a suspension, they can use that suspension to give you below standards, even though your teaching is fine. You met all the objectives, your STOLs. And if you have 1 or 2 suspensions, they use that to give you below standards. And automatically, you're in PAR. Whether or not the below standard was based on satisfactory service or not. And nobody performs well with everybody watching you.
Okay, well, I want to thank you all for coming. It's been a long day, and I appreciate all of you staying as long as you have, and thank you for the reports and contributions. Thank you very much.